just the state of affairs.
Okay, I have 7 o'clock. We'll call the Shelby County Board meeting on March 14th to order. We'll lead off with the prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance first. Pledge of Allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please bow your head as I pray. Dear wise and loving Father, thank you on behalf of all who are gathered here tonight. Special prayers for Tim Morris and his family on the passing of his mother. I pray for this assembled board, and I ask that you kindly grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting issues of our times, a sense of the welfare and true needs of the people, a desire for justice and what is right, confidence in what is good, the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement, personal peace in their lives, and I pray for the agenda set before us tonight. It is in your name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Roll call, please.
Clark Ganley,
Present.
Mark Bennett,
Here.
Teresa Banks, here. Cody Brands, Tim Brown,
Here.
Carol Cole, here. Julie Edwards, here. Martha Fernhaber, here. Clay Hardy,
Here.
Annette Martin, here. Sean Martz, Tad Mayhall, here. Keith McCormick,
Here.
Tim Morse, Lori Nelson, Bobby Warman,
Here.
Sonny Ross, Mitchell Sheff,
Here.
Don Tate,
Here.
Brent Wallace,
Here.
Jeremy Williams.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Next on the agenda is approval of minutes from the February 8th meeting. Is there a motion to approve? Mitch makes the motion to approve. Is there a second? Martha makes the second. Any discussion on February 8th minutes? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 4 on the agenda is the appointment of Doug Keenan to fill the vacancy in County Board District 4 upon the recommendation of Republicans in the committee. So moved, Mr. Chairman. Motion by Jeremy, seconded by Julie. Any discussion? Hearing none? Yes. Right there in front of me. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So, if you would come up, we'll get you sworn in here, please.
Raise your right hand. I state your name,
I, Doug Keenan,
having been appointed
having been appointed
to the office of
to the office of
Shelby County Board District 4
Shelby County Board District 4
in the County of Shelby,
in the County of Shelby,
in the State of Illinois,
in the State of Illinois,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
and will faithfully discharge
and will faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of Shelby County Board District 4
of County District Board 4
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Okay, just need a signature. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll move on to item 5, which is Prairie Power, Representative Zach. On the agenda is discussion and vote to approve easement and agreements for county farm properties. So I'll let you have the floor and then we'll conduct the vote.
All right, so I'm Zach Conoway. This is a colleague of mine, Matthew Grab. We work for contract land staff. We represent Prairie Power and right of negotiations for this power line project that impacts the county farm. I guess I can give some background on what's been done so far is regarding the board and committee approvals, just so everybody has clear background. Right out about a year ago, last year in the March board meeting, we presented the project that impacted the farm to the board. There was some concerns brought up regarding the route placement and different things that could be impacted on the farm with the project. Leaving that meeting, we then went to, I believe it was a budget committee meeting, to get approval on the route as far as, and getting approval to do a study on the property to make sure we weren't impacting anything negatively as far as archaeological artifacts that could be found. The committee meeting approved the route, so when we were here last year, we had 2 route options. The committee meeting, they approved the route. They chose the primary route that was the least impactful. And then they approved us to do an archaeological study on the property. After that, we got a permit from IDNR to perform that study on the property and do the necessary digging at the pole location sites to ensure we weren't digging up any artifacts or anything that we might hit with pole locations. That study came back that we wouldn't impact anything. There was no artifacts found, and nothing would be impacted by the placement of the poles in those locations. That report should have been provided to the board. It would have been last spring after it was completed. It probably was in the summer by the time the report was produced. After that, because I came back not finding anything, we had to get our easements together, get the survey plats and everything. At that point, that's when once we had everything together, I asked for it to be shared, and that's where we are now. So I guess, is there any questions on the easement as it's been provided to everybody?
Any questions?
Could you tell us how you came up, your calculation for
For each of the
acres?
Yeah. Like the size of the easement or the dollar amount compensation?
How you came up with the dollar amount for?
Okay, so in the beginning of these projects, we do a market study on the entire area. That market study is produced, a fair market value is assigned to each property. That fair market value is for like easement compensation. It's not if you were buying the land, because the land's still obviously owned by whatever entity is granting the easement. In this case, if you do the math, it should be $5,000 an acre is what was assigned for this value for fair compensation for the impact the easement would have on that property. Since there's 2 different parcels that technically impacts, you'll notice one is $1,000 flat. That's because Prairie Power's policies, they don't go under $1,000. If you do the math with $5,000 an acre on the amount of area, it comes below $1,000, so they just stop at $1,000 for compensation. And the other one, I believe it's 8.88 acres times, I believe 5,000 acres, that 44,000 and some change. So to answer your question directly, there was a market study performed and they assigned that $5,000 per acre value for fair compensation for easements.
I have my easement with me and stuff, but how wide of a swath are you taking in? Is it how many feet wide?
I have the survey plat right here, which was included in the easement packet. It is where it goes north-south there. It's 113 feet. That's where it starts by the road. Because it's going along the property line, it's not a perfectly straight line. They wanted to not leave a little sliver between the property line and the edge of the easement corridor. So it's 113 feet, and then it tapers down to 101 feet at the north end. And then where it goes east, it's 100 feet flat. So that's their standard whenever they're going through where it's not along the roadway. They ask for at a minimum of 50 feet on each side of the pole to ensure they have adequate access with getting trucks and stuff in there when they install.
It was my understanding that the poles will not have cross-arms on them, they'll have side-post insulators on them.
Yes.
Will they go in the middle of this easement then? The location of the poles will be in the middle
safe on both sides for installation and maintenance.
Okay, when you get to the furthest north point of where you're going north, is there a down guy and an anchor?
There
To
is.
the north?
There is.
Okay, how are you gonna turn that corner then? Are you gonna,
It goes, the corner, so there's a structure right on that corner where it goes east, and there's an anchor going straight west and an anchor going straight north, and then it goes straight directly east, and then it cuts over to the other edge of the easement, and then it goes straight north, and to follow the tree line that's on the north neighbor.
so the anchor that goes to the north to hold the line will be in this north-south easement?
Yes,
And then when you turn back to the east, the anchor that goes back to the west,
yes,
it will be covered in this
Yes.
easement also? You're not gonna slack in and put another pole and put down guys and anchors in or
Yeah.
anything like that?
they would want to get that area with this easement if they needed it. It's already been designed to include that area. I think they were staked at the time when they did the study, but they were roughly 40, 50 feet from the pole, which is in that area. It's enough area in there.
It is a straight anchor, there's no slack span in anchor.
There's no slack
Yeah,
spans? or
straight down.
No cross arms on any of the poles?
Correct,
like
no
those
cross
things?
arms, no.
Yeah, so there's no distribution on these poles because there's nothing to distribute out to. So the distribution falls off at the south end, and it would pick back up on the north end, but it allows the spans to be further. So they have like 450 or so feet in between each pole. So it's less poles, and and the wires are higher off the ground.
Okay, is there a neutral going along the whole line, or is it just phases going? Do you have a neutral on the bottom of them?
This will only have three phase.
Yeah,
No
it won't-
neutral involved in it?
I don't believe there were on the areas that there's distribution. I'm not an engineer, so some of that stuff I could get a little wrong, but I believe there's a neutral with the distribution. So the areas where it's near homes where there's already existing distribution, there would be a neutral.
There would have to be.
Yeah, there would. But on the top part, I don't believe there has to be a neutral on the upper higher powered lines that go to each substation to substation. So I believe it's just the three phases because they're not going down into homes or anything.
Okay, do you have a standard for lightning arresters? So many per mile or so many after so many poles and stuff like that?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know what that is, but I can tell you that they're following every guideline that the ICC and other governing bodies have for these projects. In fact, with the way Shelby Electric and Prairie Power, the way they don't fall under the normal ICC. They wouldn't have to follow them, but they choose to follow them to just make sure they are hitting the standards that they have.
Okay.
Any other questions?
And the benefit to this is what? The distribution is to benefit who?
So the overall benefit of the project is to connect substations together for Shelby Electric. In this segment of the line, it starts behind IHI Turbo at that substation just south of their property. And it's going to what they call the airport sub behind Walmart. It makes that big loop to go around the airport. The benefit to that is to connect those substations together to give Shelby Electric more options to feed their substations. Right now, they're fed just by Ameren, and that can have increased costs whenever there's a load increase or an outage. So this will have all the substations connected more than one way, so they have the ability to switch feeds and have more lights on if there's an issue.
It's a loop system,
Yes.
and it's not a radio.
Yes.
So I guess what I'm asking is forward thinking. This is to be able to benefit for expansion and growth in the area, for higher demand.
Yes.
And talk 10 years, 20 years, with the benefit out of this, or is it further than that?
I would say 10 to 20 years is definitely covered, probably further, especially if there's new poles, the distribution will be on. A lot of the poles out there could be 50 years old, so replacing them could have that benefit. But as far as load increases, yeah, they're having the higher voltage lines in between the substations could allow for, they're not putting it at capacity now, so it could have a lot of increase in the future if they needed to upgrade a substation to take on a load that was requested.
So my question is, being that we're at this point now, I assume that you've got all the easements going all the way around, and this is the final leg of the puzzle to complete the project?
Not the entire project, but I can say around the farm, we have the route finalized and good to go, a good distance around the farm. We're still working with other landowners around the project to, same thing, work on different aspects to get them agreeable. I will say, so far, we haven't had anybody who's been, hard, no, I'm not gonna go for this. It's usually just figuring out one thing or another to get it, going.
Does that include Highway 30?
County Highway 30, yes, correct. We do go north.
Because the projected was to go on the west side of the road, and you brought it back on the east, correct? To use the existing structures instead of taking 100 feet out of people's yards?
Correct. Well, we never would have taken 100 feet. There would have been 100 feet easement. Half of that would have been in the roadway. But we do go up the road there. We work with landowners to shift from side to side. If whatever we can make work for that landowner, we're very willing to do to work with that landowner. There's still, like you mentioned, a few that are in negotiation. They've agreed that we will make it happen, but just getting the fine details put together to where it works. But yes, we will be going on Highway 30, and we will be swapping different sides of the road at different times.
And who does those negotiations? Who's having those face-to-face kitchen table conversations?
That would be myself and Zach.
And one other, there's one more agent that does that as well.
So at any time, does it ever mention to a landowner that you don't have to take this, but we'll get the land either way?
So in the negotiations with landowners, we don't bring that up typically, but the question has been asked, what if I don't want to do this? And Prairie Power, if in that instance there was no voluntary agreement, they could petition for eminent domain and go that route. I will say, I've worked with Prairie Power, done a lot of projects with them, where you have to go to eminent domain, and I've worked with hundreds of landowners. There's always a way to figure out a solution one way or another.
But it has been communicated to landowners out there
Yes.
that you'll take it either way.
Yes.
Okay. I think there's probably softer tactics to that than telling people you're going to take their land.
Well, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Go.
So is this price negotiable?
Yes.
Because I know land is worth a lot more.
We would like to encourage that you remember it's not a property value, it's an easement value, but yes, it is negotiable.
Because land up there is probably $10,000–15,000 an acre, at least. I did call a realtor today and ask, so.
Understood. But like Matt was saying, the area that is in the easement is still going to be farmed. If the property was ever sold, it would still be included in a sale. So that's why in most cases, they're not paying like full if they're buying the property, because they're not buying the property, they're getting easement rights on that area of the property. Go ahead.
Okay, so you haven't reached agreements with everybody, the route that you want to go?
Not on the entire route, no.
Okay, so if we wanted to wait and see if everything's in concrete before we say yes, would that be a problem with you?
Like I said, I can tell you that around the farm, the route's already solidified. We've already got agreements with a good distance around the farm. So waiting wouldn't really, in my opinion, wouldn't change much. If the rest of the project, say we weren't able to get something done on another part of the project, the easement would just become null. I don't think that waiting would necessarily do one thing or another.
Bobby, has this been sent to legal so that they've looked at it and given their...
Not to my knowledge.
Pardon me?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Any other questions? Moving on. Lori, what time did you arrive?
I think 7:10.
Would the record please indicate Lori is in attendance at 7:10? So, I would entertain a motion to approve or table, whatever the board wishes to do.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve,
I'll second the motion.
seconded by Tim. Now for discussion. Teresa.
I think somebody should look at this before we approve it as the board. Our legal counsel should look at this, is what I think.
And we should be able to negotiate.
Yeah. And seeing how we're not holding a project up, us, I would think that we could give it to somebody to review and look at and give us an opinion around the price and everything else.
Any other discussion on approval? Hearing none, all in favor of the easement, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same, all opposed, same sign.
No.
Raise your hands for those, please. Carol, Teresa, Tad, Don, Mark, myself, Brent.
Second. Opposed.
7 opposed. How many we have here?
18.
So that's 11 yeas, so motion carries for the easement. Thanks, gentlemen. I think we are just now in a waiting pattern to find out if you guys are actually going to get the project when you get the rest of the easements.
Yeah, so as far as if it's approved, would we get signatures on the easement? If it's approved now, that's usually that's in past counties, that's usually what happens, approved. We get signatures and they'd be recorded, we move along.
Right. So we've got the paperwork, we'll get the signatures and then send them copies, right?
You have to sign in front of the notary.
Yeah, I
It's going to be
do that.
recorded in the clerk's office, so I can't notarize your signature. So
Right.
you'll have to come back and have a notary in the public defender's office, witness your signature.
If I'm a notary, am I able to notarize it? No.
We are notaries, so
Yeah,
are we able to?
That's perfect.
Okay.
Notary,
Is there any motion needed to approve it assigned? Just going off of past experience.
No, but I find it very obscure to have a easement with a notary of the same entity that we're signing easement with.
Understood, that's your discretion.
So I'll sign this in front of our notary.
That's fine, yeah.
And then we'll send it out.
Okay.
Is there someone we need to be in contact with to just follow up as that gets taken care of?
I'll email him to Zach.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Okay, so next on the agenda is Beth Martz with CEFS Transportation. There you are.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here because it's grant season again. I'm asking the board to approve several documents for the grant, the normal, the ordinance that Shelby County will provide public transportation through the 5311 grant, the resolution that allows the board chair to sign the documentation, the grants, and the grant agreement when we receive it, the purchase of service agreement with CEFS to be the operator, the intergovernmental agreements with the other counties that are under the Shelby County grant, which is Christian, Clay, Fayette, Montgomery, and Moultrie, and then the vehicle lease agreement, which allows CEFS as the operator to lease the Shelby County-owned vehicles, public transportation vehicles that were received through the CVP grant. And then there's a memorandum of understanding with Effingham County, which allows mutual use of their vehicles and your vehicles. There are times when vehicles break down and we kind of have to swap things around. So it's just agreement to allow that to happen. Nothing in the documents have changed since last year other than the dates. Everything is exactly the same. Shelby County was approved for the same amounts as they were last year. The 5311 is $45,953. And the Downstate Operating Assistance Program funds, the maximum drawdown we can get is $1,697,700. We don't always draw that down. That's the fund we have to have match money for and generate match. I think we draw down, it's approximately $1.80 for every dollar we generate through service contracts and other things. But we come pretty close. We just usually don't get it all, but we're trying. I did a board report for you all, and I think you have it in your packets. It's just some numbers. I did FY '23 because that's the last full fiscal year that we had, since we're in the middle of '24 now. But I did the units, I ran them as just Shelby County and then as the service area as whole with the other counties, just for you guys to review. Numbers have been staying pretty steady. We are still having trouble with drivers, hiring drivers, which we're trying really hard to do to increase our availability for people. Last year, we entered in a grant agreement with Effingham County Health Department with a grant, and we created a medical transportation coordinator position I just wanted to tell you guys about. This is a specialized dispatcher, basically, but she has more time to work with people in order to get their medical transportations coordinated with their medical provider. We were seeing a lot where we ran into, they would call their doctor, get an appointment time, then they would call us, and that time slot would be booked up. We wouldn't have the availability. So trying to get around it, we created this position to call the doctor's office on their behalf and say, hey, this is where we have availability, and can you work with us so we can get this person in? And the person also works with Medicaid and the Medicaid managed care organizations. If they have trouble with their billing or anything, this position can advocate for them. And it's worked out really well. We, Shelby County, the year prior to, we had 1,761 medical transports. We were able to increase the first year of the position to 2,103. So we had a 19.4% increase in medical transports. The system, the Shelby County grantee overall had a 28.7% increase. So we're doing better. This has really helped us getting people to their medical care, especially those that have to see specialists in Springfield or Champaign. Those were always really tough to manage, so that's really good. And then we did pick up, we did a contract with another managed care organization. It's called MTM. They do part of Aetna. I can't remember several others, but that Medicaid and the MCM money is match money for us, and they pay really well, so that's really increased our match capacity. So we were really glad to bring on another one. We did get approved for the CBP vehicles. Shelby County got approved for 16. Don't know when we'll see them. I really don't look to see the first ones until sometime next year. But we were approved for them. And we are in the process, we are about halfway through the paperwork to get rid of 10 of the old vehicles that are sitting out there in the lot. So we're getting there. We're about halfway there. And that's my report. Any questions?
So is the 10 vehicles that we're getting rid of, is that where in section 1, where it says that the lessor will remove Shelby County name from these vehicles?
Yeah.
That's where or you guys are surplusing?
Yeah, all the names will be taken off, and most of them, honestly, are probably, we're trying to find out if we have to do a sealed bid process, because what we're finding out, we've already got a couple appraisals back on some of them, and they say they're not worth anything but scrap. So we might just, if we have the ability, we'll probably just take those straight to scrap. Even if it's $200, it's a little bit more money back into the program. But they've been sitting there a long time, and I'm very anxious to get rid of them.
Okay, so we have several things here on the agenda. So we'll go through A, B, C, D, and F. I'll entertain a motion on letter A, which is fiscal year 25, section 5311, public transportation ordinance. Is there a motion to approve that? Martha, seconded by Heath. Any discussion on that while we have Beth here? On the 5311 grant. Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item B is resolution authorizing board chair to apply to 5311 grants and the sum of 453, 953, and DOAP grants and $1,697,700. Is there a motion to approve? Heath makes the motion, Carol seconds the motion. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Clark Hamlin,
Yes.
Mark Bennett,
Yes.
Teresa Bank,
Yes.
Tim Brown,
Yes.
Carol Cole,
Yes.
Julie Edwards,
Yes.
Martha Bernhaber,
Yes.
Clay Hardy,
Yes.
Doug Keenan,
Yes.
Annette Martin,
Yes.
Tad Mayhall,
Yes.
Heath McCormick,
Yes.
Lori Nelson,
Yes.
Bobby Gorman,
Yes.
Mitchell Sheff,
Yes.
Don Tate,
Yes.
Brett Wallace,
Yes.
Jeremy Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item C is acceptance of the intergovernmental agreement with Moultrie Christian, Clay County, or Montgomery and Fayette counties. Is there a motion to accept the intergovernmental agreement? Carol makes the motion, seconded by Mark. Any discussion on these IGAs? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item D is purchase of service equipment agreement between CEFS Economic Opportunity Corporation in Shelby County. Is there a motion to approve the purchase service agreement? Motion by Don, seconded by Brent. Any discussion on this? Could you just really quick review what this purchase agreement is?
Which agreement?
Purchase of service agreement.
Purchase of service, that's the contract with CEFS to provide the service
Okay.
on Shelby County's behalf.
Yeah.
You're the grantee, we're the operator.
Yep. Okay. Any other questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item E, vehicle lease agreement between CFS and Shelby County. Is there a motion to approve of the lease agreement? Martha makes the motion, seconded by Heath. Any discussion on the lease agreements? Hearing none. Is there money exchange on this one?
I believe,
I mean,
I haven't
probably
looked at
money
that in
exchange.
so long, I just go in and change the dates, but I think it's $1.
Okay, roll call, please.
Clark Hamlin,
Yes.
Mark Bennett,
Yes.
Teresa Bank,
Yes.
Tim Brown,
Yes.
Carol Cole,
Yes.
Julie Edwards,
Yes.
Martha Bernhaber, Clay Hardy,
Yes.
Doug Keenan,
Yes.
Annette Martin,
Yes.
Tad Mayhall,
Yes.
Keith McCormick,
Yes.
Lori Nelson,
Yes.
Bobby Gorman,
Yes.
Mitchell Sheff, Don Tate,
Yes.
Brett Wallace,
Yes.
Jeremy Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. Item F is MOU for vehicle use between Shelby County and Effingham County. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Carol, seconded by Brent. Any discussion on this? Hearing, somebody have a question? Okay. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Appreciate your time. Item 7 is Michael Tappendorf. We have quite a litany of things to go through with the highway department.
Thank you,
So,
Chair.
do you want to go through the resolution or read it?
I'll just go through the report first, if you're okay with that. So I'll keep it somewhat simple. Thanks again, everybody. It's been really good working with Shelby County. Everybody's been very friendly and very nice. So once again, thank you for that. Just a few more brags again on our highway department of what we've been doing for the last month. This doesn't do it justice. Our guys are busy all the time and doing a lot of things around the highway and around our department. So they are working on our department building, trying to make it nicer by painting and doing some other items. They're building a wall and cold storage to keep our machinery basically sealed up a little bit better and keep it protected. We purchased a few more items, ditching buckets to do better drainage all around the county. They've done a lot of fabrication on our trucks, on our lowboys, a lot of items to get our aging equipment, just keeping the fleet moving. They're working on our trailer lowboy right now, and it's definitely seen a lot of rust. And they're doing a lot of fabrication to get it back up to where it is continuing to be used right now. So, and everything they've done, it looks great, and they're saving the county a lot of money by doing this in-house. So my guys are doing amazing. I can't say enough for them. So we did assist Prairie Township on widening out a road, and they were very appreciative of that. We've started doing a lot of rock hauling for our oil and shipping. We completed what we call them 50/50s in Shelbyville Township, a drainage project where we replaced an old aging box culvert with a couple of 54-inch concrete pipes. And we used our new excavator for it, and the guys couldn't brag on it enough. They really like the machinery that we got for them. So that's our maintenance crew, and our front office team has completed a number of other 50/50s, which are a part of our petitions and discussions later on. We've done the bid letting of 2 bridges. One bridge in Oconee Township did just get bid out. It came in under the engineer's estimate at $488,000 in Oconee Township. It's going to be constructed this summer. We got another one very similar to it, half a mile to the east. It's about the same approximate money, and that's going to be constructed again this summer, consecutively with the other one. We've done a lot of paperwork as far as acceptance letters for hauling, aggregate, and our oil and chip. We did a bid letting of our pug mill, which is another item that for approval of the board this evening. We've started right-of-way clearing. There's going to be excavators and skid steers doing right-of-way clearing in various areas around the county, just cleaning up along the edges and trying to get trees pushed back so it just gives it a cleaner look and less of a roadside hazard, basically. So that's going to be occurring here in the next few months as well. Done a lot of trainings, done a lot of scanning and digitizing and organization around the office. Me and my team of inspectors have done a lot of bridge inspections as well. So we've been getting very familiar with especially our faulty bridges. They're not unsafe, but they're just bridges that we need to be thinking about in the near future. So we've seen a lot of these bridges, and we're getting projects up and going. So. Projects that we do have up and going are Union Pacific Railroad crossings I've already talked about in the past. County Highway 3, which is east of Findlay. We are working on the design still of that. County Highway 5 north out of Shelbyville, it's actually showing some more progress as well. There's going to be a phase 2 coming north out of County Highway 5. More details to come on that. There is a small 3-sided structure bridge in Herburn that's going to be reconstructed this May of 2024. The 2 Oconee bridges that I previously mentioned, there's going to be guardrail that we are setting out for bid next month for approval, and it's going to be just replacing guardrail that's been hit or is missing, that's just getting reconstructed in the next month. So with that being said, I'm going to move on to our resolution or action items unless anybody has any questions of anything that I went over in the report. Yes, please.
The County Highway 5, is that Country Club Road?
I believe it's also called Country Club Road.
The first section was done, and
Yes,
will it go this year then, the second section of it?
It's
I noticed
looking
there was
to,
some painting on the roads up there and stuff.
there's a possibility of it going this year. Yes.
Will that go to Boston? No. Coon Creek, does that go all the way to Coon Creek then?
Yes. Yes.
Not a problem, but I had a constituent talking about some potholes on the Mode Road that caused him to have to replace a very expensive tire on his pickup. We might have your guys, maybe Tim can look at that on his way into work sometime, see if there isn't some patching needs to be done.
Okay, I will definitely have my guys look at that. Thank you.
We want to start with resolutions now?
Yes, please.
So, first listed on the agenda motion to approve. Tim Brown makes the motion, seconded by Brent. Any discussion on the Pug Mill and Hot Paving?
I just don't know what it is, because there was a word you used last month, and I had to look it up, so I'm just gonna ask you.
Absolutely. So pug mill is whenever we take a bunch of rock and a bunch of oil, 14 gallons per ton of rock. We're going to take 33 gallons of oil and 2,200 tons of rock and mix it all together in this giant drum. It's basically a giant dryer. It's going to tumble and mix, and it's going to create what we call cold mix. It's the patch that goes in to fill the potholes so that we use throughout the year. So
Cold.
cold patch.
Okay,
Yeah.
Know what that is?
Okay,
I have one. How many bids did you get?
A single bidder.
Okay.
I've sent it to multiple people, but we only received a single bidder.
How many places did you send it to?
3.
Okay.
I mean, we did publicize it, but three known bidders.
Okay.
Any other questions? Hearing none, roll call please.
Clark Hanlon,
Yes.
Mark Bennett,
Yes.
Teresa Bain,
Yes.
Tim Brown,
Yes.
Carol Cole, Julie Edwards,
Yes.
Martha Burhaver, Clay Hardy,
Yes.
Doug Keenan,
Yes.
Annette Martin,
Yes.
Tad Mayhall,
yes.
Keith McCormick,
Yes.
Lori Nelson,
Yes.
Bobby Mormon,
Yes.
Mitchell Sheff,
Yes.
Don Tate,
Yes.
Brett Wallace,
Yes.
Jeremy Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item B is resolution to amend ordinance of Shelby County to include road use agreement. Chief, give a quick brief overview of what this road use agreement is.
This road use agreement is to protect our roads in the event of heavy construction, such as a solar or wind farm or any other big electric project that comes through. These projects generate a lot of heavy traffic. Concrete trucks, equipment trucks, just trucks pulling in large excavators, they do a lot of damage to roads that weren't designed to handle basically these kinds of heavy loads. So this sets it in motion to, if they're going to bring those trucks in, they know about a project that's coming in, they will agree to at least assist in helping to fix the roads to at least as it was previously. So
Did I have a motion on that one?
Also, I just want to point out, that also applies to solar and wind commercial entities. We can force them to sign a road use agreement.
thank you, Scott.
I need a motion on that, I believe. Tim Brown's got the motion. Mark Bennett's got a second. Now any discussion, questions for the gentleman here? Lori?
To what extent is help assist? Does that mean they put the whole bill, or we have to be a part of it? What?
Generally, they would put the whole bill unless there's some other agreement that we said is some fair agreement. There's nothing stated of how they have to, the particulars of it, but it's stated that fair negotiations have to occur to set this in motion.
To repair it?
Obviously, we don't want to, if there's damage previously to a road, that could be a certain instance where we televise the road and, the road wasn't in perfect condition before, I can't ask them to go in and fix a road. So we want to be fair to them as well as, but make sure we protect ourselves.
So the ordinance would say you have a negotiation before you sign a contract with whatever company?
Yes.
And then that's where the negotiation.
Yeah, there's about a 10 or 11 page sheet of, for example, that I put in here to kind of cover that and just fair negotiations. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any, does this give us any right to specify certain roads that they can use? Or does this allow them to go on any road in the county? In other words, if there was 2 roadways that you could get to the same location, can we say you can't use this one, you can use this one?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yes, this would set a map. It's part of the agreement that they supply a map of where they designate their trucks to go. If they don't follow that, there will be other repercussions for those, for not following. So yes, good question.
Any other questions? Comments? Clay?
Would the roads be fixed after they get done using it right? I mean, I know one road commissioner, he had them fix it before, and he wished he hadn't have after it was all said and done.
It would be likely a post-construction, but even during construction, it's stated if there's large potholes that occur, they're responsible for keeping the road in a safe manner. So, yeah, during construction, they do have to make sure that they keep it in a safe manner, but also this really is for post-construction. So.
Okay, any other questions? Comments? Concerns? Hearing none, moving on. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Ordinance passes. Item C is resolution to approve the use of federal aid state match money in the amount of $20,000 to pay for preliminary and construction engineering for County Highway 3 reconstruction. Is there a motion to approve? Tim Brown, seconded by Martha. Okay. Let's hope no one's nobody here. So I have a motion and a second for this resolution for $20,000 for preliminary construction engineering. Any discussion on it? Questions for the engineer? Teresa?
Does that mean you're going to outsource the engineering?
No, actually, we're doing this in-house. It is by statutory law, we can't use this FAMSIN to recoup some of our costs of doing some of the testing. This could be construction testing as well as engineering and design of it. So,
Is this the Finley Road that we've been talking about? 3?
yes, it is east of Finley Road.
East
Or
of,
east of Finley.
road east of Finley.
The one that goes to the bridge?
East and, yep.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, roll call please.
Clark Hamlin,
Yes.
Mark Bennett,
Yes.
Teresa Bain,
Yeah.
Tim Brown,
Yes.
Carol Cole,
Yes.
Julie Edwards,
Yes.
Martha Fernhaber,
Yes.
Clay Hardy,
Yes.
Doug Keenan,
Yes.
Nat Martin,
Yes.
Tad Mayhall,
Yes.
Keith McCormick,
Yes.
Lori Nelson,
Yes.
Bobby Gorman,
Yes.
Mitchell Sheff,
Yes.
Don Tate,
Yes.
Brent Wallace,
Yes.
Jeremy Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, item D is resolution to approve the use of $150,000 in ARPA funds for the purchase of a grader. Is there a motion to approve? Jeremy, second. I got Tim Brown right here on the second. Discussion on $150,000 for ARPA, for a grader.
Have we talked about this before, or is this something new?
The last I remember, we were talking about the excavator. I do believe we did not discuss it. We discussed it last month?
We discussed that they were looking into it and getting pricing, I believe.
Okay.
Is this a new piece of equipment, or is this a used piece of equipment?
It is used. I have, so what we talked about last time was allocating the funds. You guys preliminary approved it, but I believe you guys wanted to see a machine that we would actually be able to purchase. I have found one that fits our criteria within the price range.
So you found a machine that's in that $150,000 price range, we're really close to, okay. So in a general terms of speaking here, I don't think $150,000 is going to crash the ARPA fund. We've had some pretty enlightening news on other projects, so I think we'll be in pretty good shape to move forward with this either way, so. So I had a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call please.
Clark Hamlin,
Yes.
Mark Bennett,
Yes.
Teresa Bain,
Yes.
Tim Brown,
Yes.
Carol Cole,
Yes.
Julie Edwards,
Yes.
Martha Fernhaber, Clay Hardy,
Yes.
Doug Keenan,
Yes.
Nat Martin,
Yes.
Tad Mayhall,
Yes.
Keith McCormick,
Yes.
Lori Nelson,
Yes.
Bobby Gorman,
Yes.
Mitchell Sheff,
Yes.
Don Tate,
Yes.
Brent Wallace,
Yes.
Jeremy Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item E is resolution to approve county engineer Michael Tabendorf for certificate of authority to bind the county in agreement to purchase road salt for FY 25 and 26. Is there a motion on this? Tim Brown makes a motion, Jeremy seconds it. I'll open the floor to Michael to explain a little bit of why we have an authority to bind the county.
This is now a formality. In the past, this has always been able to just be approved through the county engineer, but IDOT has now changed their regulations that they want the board to allow me to sign this into agreement to purchase the salt. So they want this to be binding through the county board. So we don't have anything set. The bidding hasn't gone through yet, but this is just allowing me to set this in motion for next year's salts.
So any questions or comments? Fine.
I assume since you said this is an IDOT thing, that this is for all county highway engineers.
Every municipality or township or anybody that wants to get salt theoretically has to do the same process. Yep.
Any other comments, questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Sonny, if you wish to take your seat now. May the record show that Sonny right at 7:50.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Item F is 50/50 petition to construct drainage improvements in Ash Grove Township in the southeast quadrant of section 34, which is around the intersection of 3405 East and 1500 North, and a total cost of $15,255. I'll make the motion to approve the petition. Is there a second? Tim Brown seconds the motion. Any discussion on this petition?
Is the 15,255 our 50%, or ours is going to be half of that?
That would be a total cost, so the township is required to pay half of it, and so realistically the cost is $7,500 apiece.
Thank you.
Does this money come out of MFT, or where does the money come from?
Half of the money comes from the township, the other half will come out of the county bridge fund.
Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, roll call please.
Clark Hanley,
Yes.
Mark Bennett,
Yes.
Teresa Bain,
Yeah.
Tim Brown,
Yes.
Carol Cole, Julie Edwards,
Yes.
Martha Fernhaven,
Yes.
Clay Hardy,
Yes.
Doug Keenan,
Yes.
Annette Martin,
Yes.
Tad Mayhall,
Yes.
Keith McCormick,
Yes.
Lori Nelson,
Yes.
Bobby Orman,
Yes.
Cindy Ross,
Yes.
Mitchell Sheff,
Yes.
Don Tate,
Yes.
Brett Wallace,
Yes.
Jeremy Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item G is 50/50 petition to construct drainage improvements in Pickaway Township at the southeast quadrant of section 35, which is in around the intersection of 1645 East, 2175 North. Total cost of $13,000 even. Is there a motion to approve? Mark's got the motion to approve. Tim Brown's got the second. Any discussion on this petition? It is structured the exact same way as the last one, so it is county obligation of half of $13,000. Discussion, questions, comments? Hearing none, roll call please.
Hamlin,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Bain,
Yeah.
Brown,
Yes.
Cole, Edwards,
Yes.
Fernhaven,
Yes.
Hardy,
Yep.
Keenan,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Mayhall,
Yes.
McCormick,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Orman,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Sheff,
Yep.
Tate,
Yes.
Wallace,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item H is a 50/50 petition to construct intersection drainage improvements in Todd's Point Township at intersection of 2050 East and 2300 North, and a total cost of $19,968.25. Is there a motion? Tim Brown makes the motion to approve. Brent seconds the motion. Is there any discussion on this drainage improvement? Hearing none, roll call please.
Hamlin,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Bain,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Cole, Edwards,
Yes.
Fernhaven,
Yes.
Hardy,
Yes.
Keenan,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Mayhall,
Yes.
McCormick, Yes. Nelson?
Yes.
Orman?
Yes.
Ross?
Yes.
Shuck?
Yep.
Tate?
Yes.
Wallace?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Section I, or Part I, number 7 is 50/50 petition to construct drainage improvements in Prairie Township on 2700 East Road north of 100 North Road. Replacement with a 10-foot diameter steel tank car with a total cost of $26,685. Is there a motion to approve? I've got Keith McCormick on the motion to approve. I've got Tim Brown on the second. Is there any discussion on this project? Hearing none, roll call please.
Hamlin?
Yes.
Bennett?
Yes.
Payne?
Yeah.
Brown?
Yep.
Cole?
Yes.
Edwards?
Yes.
Bornhaven?
Yes.
Hardy?
Yes.
Keenan?
Yes.
Martin?
Yes.
Mayhall?
Yes.
McCormick?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Orman?
Yes.
Ross?
Yes.
Shuck?
Yes.
Tate?
Yes.
Wallace?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Last petition, 50/50 petition to construct drainage improvements in Prairie Township on 300 North, 2 miles west of Stewartson, and replace with a 10-foot diameter steel tank car, and total cost is $26,731.47. Is there a motion to approve? Got Don Tate on the motion, and I got Tim Brown on the second. Any discussion on the petition for this Prairie Township project? I do have a question. So are the rail cars used for structural integrity? Are they longer lasting? Are they cheaper? Because we do some culverts, some cars, and just kind of curious where the difference falls in.
Whenever you get into this bigger type structure, a tank car can be very uneconomical, and they do last. There are tank cars that have been in the ground for 50, 60 years. The reason a lot of people don't use them all the time is IDOT doesn't necessarily recognize them for some of their funding sources, so we're using local funds to pay for this, so they allow us to do this.
Very good. Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, roll call please.
Hamlin?
Yes.
Bennett?
Yes.
Payne?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Edwards?
Yes.
Bornhaven? Hardy?
Yes.
Keenan?
Yes.
Martin?
Yes.
Mayhall?
Yes.
McCormick?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Orman?
Yes.
Ross?
Yes.
Shuck?
Yes.
Tate?
Yes.
Wallace?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so we have finalized all the petitions and resolutions for the highway department. Is there any other lingering questions before we turn Mr. Tappendorf with Brett?
I would just like for him to comment on the savings to the taxpayers of Shelby County on just 2 bridges, what they've been able to save by having in-house, by their experience and the classes they've taken and stuff with the people that we've hired. How much did you tell us in the committee meeting the other night? 90,000?
Just between the 3 projects of the FASM, well, the FASM project that we referenced earlier, if I were to have hired that out, knowing my previous experience, that would have been a minimum $60,000. We're asking for 20 to cover that just for the design. So then in addition to that, the 2 Oconee bridges, $70,000 between the 2 bridges of just having our inspectors doing that in-house versus hiring that out. That's what we estimate the savings will be. So that's just those 2.
By hiring these guys and having it done in-house. They're paying for themselves, is what I'm doing.
So that's just 2 months worth of work. So we've got a lot of other work in the rest of the month. So
Thank you for your job well done.
Yes, thank you.
thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move on in the agenda. Item 8 is discussion and vote to approve contracting with Associate to complete the federally mandated drug cost reporting. So in your packet should have been the drug cost reporting through Associate. This is something that we do annually. So is there a motion to approve of contracting with Associate? Martha makes the motion. I've got Heath on the second. Any discussion or questions? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign.
Actually, should that be roll call, Bobby? Because
Roll call, please.
Amlin,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Bame,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Fernhager,
Yes.
Hardy,
Yes.
Keenan,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Mayhall,
Yeah.
McCormick,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Orman,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Sheff,
Yes.
Tate,
Yes.
Wallace,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Item 9 is EMA Director Scott McKee, discussion about the state of emergency services in Shelby County. So, take the floor.
Thank you. I chose to throw this together just to inform the county board and the public about my feelings about the emergency services and how they're doing in the county right now. Shelby County has about 768 square miles, and in farming perspective, that's 491,521 acres. We're a pretty big county, and the only full-time service besides the sheriff's is at an ambulance. Everyone else around here runs on volunteers. I'm thankful that the county is taking seriously, obviously item number 11 is to vote on the communication upgrades for the county. Very thankful for them for taking that seriously. Matter of fact, we have J.C. Alsop here, who's kind of been a champion of that here lately for us. J.C., did you have anything more to say about it?
I'm good for now.
Okay. Abbott Ambulance is the only service that's full-time in the county. But my understanding with them is that they have a contract with the city of Shelbyville. They're supposed to run 2 rigs during the week, a 24-hour rig and a 12-hour rig, and I have it from credible sources that that's pretty much never happening. I think we should put pressure on the city of Shelbyville to maybe do better. Now, hold Abbott accountable for that, because the lack of their services is creating a vacuum, and we're having to get Windsor to come to Shelbyville, we're having to get Finley to come to Shelbyville, we've even had Echo Ambulance from Pana come all the way to Shelbyville for services. And I think that the city of Shelbyville and the county in general could maybe find a way to do better. Outside of Abbott, like I said, the counties rely on their respective fire districts for medical. And again, because of that, having to come here, they're leaving their respective districts at a, vulnerable. And not to mention, it's about a 15-minute drive to come to here to service this area. So again, they're in the same boat. They would have to get another 15-minute delay for the next guy down the road. And I just don't think that's acceptable. Not when, your family member could potentially be bleeding and lying on the floor. Also, for these departments, it's not like they get calls every once in a while. These calls get 200 to 300, or they get 200 to 300 calls a year. All of these districts, I'm not going to speak terribly about financial hardships, but I do know that most of them run with old equipment. I mean, most of them have 30 to 40-year-old fire engines or rigs, and they're just doing the best they can with what they've got, because they've got a small taxing body, and they're just doing the best they can. And I think it would be a good idea for the county to think about hiring a grant writer that maybe could see to emergency services, and then also see to any other entities that the county would fit. On top of that, I know that the budget is in a rough place right now, but looking forward, if we could maybe find some wiggle room in there for maybe $20,000 a year and start a grant program for these services. Any emergency services that has volunteers, I don't know if that's legal or not, but it's something to look into. Okay. Budgets, though, aren't really the biggest hardship that they're facing. Most of these places face hardships with volunteers. I don't know a single entity in the entire county that is flush with volunteers. So if you're interested in emergency services of any kind, please see to volunteering. We're even low here in Shelbyville. We're doing the best we can, but we just need able-bodied people that are dedicated to helping their communities, to making sure that their families and their neighbors are safe. Speaking to that, I also want to talk about water rescue. I know that we're in a very contentious state, and this is split very heavily. And we have a lot of passionate people in this county, but I would like to see this issue get resolved. And I think the fastest way for this issue to get resolved is for people to join the county dive team. I know that's going to ruffle some feathers, but my concern isn't who was right or who was wrong. My concern is the safety and well-being of the people of this county. So I want to see this issue resolved as quickly as possible. So if anybody here or anybody listening or anybody that you talk to is interested in volunteering on the dive team, then I encourage that, whether they're new, whether they already work in an emergency services discipline, or whether they were a former dive team member. We need this. We've got storms coming already. Summer boating season is around the corner. So if you know anybody that's interested, please speak up.
So there was, I was just informed of this in the last 24 to 36 hours. There's 2 divers that are extremely interested in taking part. There are 4 that are really wanting to get into training. And there are 9 or 11 that are really interested in water rescue.
That's fantastic.
Not just dive water rescue. So there's practically a short order team pretty quick.
I mean, diving is a valuable service, but my concern is water rescue. It's for the people that are in danger. So that's wonderful news. I did not know that.
Yeah, that's just latest development in that area. So, Julie.
Scott, with the ambulance service, talking to some of the in the ER, some of the guys that run the rigs there, they're having, just like every other branch of healthcare, it's almost impossible to find people to staff the ambulances. They were talking about the shortage of paramedics, EMS, your emergency staff. So that's one of the problems, I think, why we don't have a second rig available all the time.
I have it under a good authority by people who work in the service that there are people interested in working here. It's just the administration at Abbott. The EMTs that work for Abbott, I can't speak highly of. I love working with them. It's the administration that is, cutting corners.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that too, because they do like 24-hour shift, 24 hours on, 24 hours off, weird shifts. It's not like an 8-hour shift a day. And so they're having trouble finding staff to fully staff the ambulances.
And I would like to touch back on the communications towers a little bit. I can't speak more highly of this proposal. This is desperately needed in several different areas of our county, and I really hope that the county board votes to approve.
Thank you, Scott. So we will skip 10 for now. We'll come back to it. I want to go to 11, which is a discussion and vote to approve the resolution for the upgraded 911 communication system using the $300,000 in ARPA funds. So, in your board packet, you have a resolution. May the record reflect this, Sean, as you're at the meeting. So I'm looking for the resolution. So the resolution states, so a resolution upgrading the 911 communication system as for emergency response teams in Shelby County. So whereas response teams such as but not restricted to fire departments, rescue teams, police departments, and ambulance services serve a vital role in the safety and well-being of the citizens of Shelby Christian 911 area, and the current system, whereas the current system is insufficient in supplying communication needs for emergency response teams, and whereas the Shelby County Board approves to obligate up to but not exceed a sum of $300,000 from the ARPA funds to pay for the equipment and/or installation of the upgrade to 911 communication system for Shelby County. And whereas Shelby County Shelby Christian 911 Board will be responsible for the procurement of communication equipment and services rendered for the construction and communication upgrade. And whereas, upon the completion of the communication upgrade, the Shelby County Board shall not retain any responsibility, ownership, maintenance obligation past the purchase of the upgrade. Now therefore, it is hereby resolved by the County Board of Shelby County, upon completion of the 911, upon completion, the Shelby Christian 911 Board shall assume the responsibility of maintenance and equipment upgrades jointly by the Shelby Christian 911 Board and Shelby County Board. Now, I would like to open this up for discussion. I know there's I've had discussion myself of some language. I would like to open the floor. Would the minutes reflect that Cody has arrived at 8:10? So is there any discussion on the resolution that is written?
You need a motion first for discussion.
Yeah, I accept the motion to approve.
So moved.
Tad makes the motion to approve. Is there a second? Lee performance second. So is there any discussion?
I can start if you'd like. I spoke to some fire chiefs and sheriff as well. Because in the opening here, what I don't know is, I know the fire department chooses a system. Is rescue on the same as fire? Does rescue use the same service as fire?
So,
Okay. And then, but the police does not.
police does.
And so with this, we're not helping the sheriff
Yeah.
at all with this, which is probably part of the carry-on conversation. I got the maps today, the existing talk out, proposed talk out, as well as the existing talk in. And you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, right? I know there's more people here smarter than I am, but on this, it's not so much in town, right, or within Findlay proper or Stu Charles proper, right? It's not the issue, because you can communicate with yourself properly, correct? For the most part.
Some of us have had to.
Sometimes.
Some of us have had to install equipment to be able to do that. We had to install a 100-foot tower and a 100-watt repeater at Findlay Station to be able to do that. Because we're so far away from the Cromwell Tower, we can't trip that tower from our station, and we can't trip any other tower that's on that system, the original system that was in there. So we install our own to give us a boost to the Cromwell Tower to get into the system.
Yeah, and that's the system, and so I guess maybe for a language education standpoint, talk in is talking amongst yourselves, and then talk out is...
Talking in is going in, and then talk out
is getting further out there. Okay, so
I would really quickly like to make a point, and this might maybe be a lot of questions. What the purpose of this resolution is, and there's some, like I said, I've had some discussions real recently about the language that's in it. The baseline of this resolution is for this board to take a stance and commitment to the 911 board. So when the 911 board procures the equipment that is needed for Shelby County, the county is willing to boot in on the funding part of it. So when I was putting the resolution together, I probably was overthinking the details versus just saying we want to commit the funds upon proper procurement through our joint board, which I sit on that one too. So, Sean.
Yeah, so you guys made the comment that you don't see language where this would help the sheriff's department. I think that is not totally accurate, because if I understand what the proposal is to install more towers and more repeaters. Those same towers could be used in the future to put sheriff's department equipment on those same towers to give them more coverage and to make his people more safe as well as ours. I hope that that's the future goal of that.
Cody.
All right, with these towers, the sheriff's department can still use them. All they got to do is change the radio station.
Right.
That's it. It's just a couple clicks. The other thing on that is it's also going to add another repeater for the sheriff if we come off the Cromwell Tower, because there's already a repeater for the sheriff's department in Shelbyville that's not even being used. So it will go online somewhere else within the county.
Sonny?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to be abundantly clear that the system needs help. I don't think you'll find very many people that will not agree with that statement. I'm also in favor, if there are ARPA funds that are available from this county board to assist in that project, I'm also in favor of that. I'm not sure that, well, I do not like language, but not to exceed the sum of. My voting record says that I don't vote for things that say sum of. I'd like to see what it cost. Additionally, if the 911 board is having financial constraints, they have a project with a scope of time and funds necessary and equipment, I'm absolutely in favor of the 911 board taking the responsibility of fixing this problem, and I fully support this board assisting them financially to do that. I'm not comfortable with this resolution and the way that it's written. I don't feel like that gets the job done. Without knowing the scope of the project, we are potentially putting $300,000 somewhere that may or may not fulfill the project. So then what do we get for our money? I'm very much in favor of the idea, the notion, the intent, very much in favor of that, and it needs to be done. And the 911 board needs to know that we as a county board are serious, that we want to assist the radio communications in our county. I'm just not sure that I'm comfortable with the way this is put together. Thank you.
Do we have a scope of the project, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yeah, I had my hand up first, sorry.
Yeah, we'll go back here to that.
Would it help clarification if we added something like the bills that will be coming through up to 300,000 need to come through our treasurer's department so that our finance can take a look at it and just to keep an eye on the project as it progresses?
So as much as it grinds my gears, this is where we have a tale of two boards. And we have a joint effort in the 911 board. We have Shelby County equipment in Shelby County that is on Shelby County channel. When it's dispatched from 911 in Taylorville, they click up Shelby County and they send out the tones. When they do that in Christian County, they switch to Christian County and they send out their tones on their side. So the way this really, in my opinion, needs to happen is we are, and it says right here, where the county board hereby approves to obligate the sum not to exceed 300 on the fund to install the upgrade to the 911 communication system for Shelby County. So we're obligating the funds to the system for Shelby County, okay? And this is where things get muddy in a hurry, we're doing this for 911 for Shelby County citizens.
Right.
But they need to be in charge of the project because they know exactly what equipment that we have.
Right.
And so
I'm
that's
just
where,
strictly talking about our part that we're gonna pay
right,
up to 300,000. Should we word it in there that it needs to come, the bills need to come over here for that somewhere? Like in that maybe?
But are we paying,
Yeah.
are we paying? We're donating this money
No.
to the project, correct?
no,
We're giving that money?
no.
Okay,
That would appear to be a grant.
okay.
And that's where, weeks ago, when we were discussing this type of resolution, the thought was, well, we need to just transfer the funds across so they can do the project for our county. That is not savvy, in my opinion, because we have no receipt for equipment. And it appears to be a grant that, okay, so we took a grant and granted it to some other that did not receive those grant funds. So,
So don't we all just need to add, the bills will be coming through, or, well, I guess not the treasurer, but
so
it would go through our clerk's office.
I think there's one crucial missing clause on this whole resolution, and that is, this is step one of seeking a contract. So the board, this board and 911 board can create a contracted agreement of operation here.
Okay, so we can.
That's what this resolution lacks.
Okay, so we can just add those details in the contract?
So those details could be negotiated in the contract.
Okay.
At this point in time, I would like to, my proposal, as well as, I mean, everybody in this room knows that we need this project
We need
to
it.
be done.
Absolutely.
The getting it done part is where we want to do it correctly. And if we need to add just a line of language that this is the county board's, offer to the project upon completion of a contract for operation of the two boards. So that's basically the one thing that's missing. Lori, go ahead.
Well, I'd like to hear kind of the finishing part of what Ed had to say, but I'm interested more what the scope is of what's the grand scheme of this project?
Okay, so
Is it?
the Cadillac version that was proposed about a year ago, 9 months to a year ago, is 10 additional towers with repeaters and I think a microwave link or two involved to help the repeaters all talk and get information from Taylorville relayed into the county and get the depths of Cowden, Herrick, Okanee, and get into the southern part of the county much deeper than we're getting to now. Because when you break off south of here, we get into undulation and terrain that is very difficult for a straight tower, 100 feet in the air. It's going to have problems because you may have a hill with a tree in it. Well, it's going to have problems. So we need what they're saying is a Cadillac program to get full coverage for these responders is several towers, I believe, in the southern part of the county and a handful up here at the top. And it was right around, at one time, now like I said, this was a quote, the $585,000 for all the towers and the equipment that goes on it, and a few other, there was one or two repeaters that were more powerful than the rest, so to speak. They were talk in and talk out versus one way or the other. But that's basically the scope of the project is major additions of towers to the county.
Okay, so is this today's?
That's what I was getting
Or is
today.
this not
Yes.
today's scope?
That's what I was getting today, yes.
From
Mr. Hippert.
And I believe, and I don't remember,
Because I
No,
don't see
here, but-
those items listed on there.
sorry.
Some of those items you mentioned are on that list.
Yeah, I don't remember the list off the top of my head. I was just
Okay.
working from memory, but that project was quoted, okay? So we're looking at a project quote, and now the 911 board needs to look at their funding capability, and if we have a funding capability of X amount, now they can look at that and go, okay, we have this to work with. Now we can either be negotiating or pick and choose the priorities. But until somebody says something, we're kind of in a stalemate because they, 911 board cannot, there is roughly, if I had to guess, they could probably put up 2 or 3 towers, but we need 10. But if the county can help put up the other 7, now we're not picking and choosing. Now we're not creating drawn out years of project work. But it's obviously a recognition of we need this. How and when we get it done. So my suggestion is we get a receipt, we write the check for the equipment, and then we relinquish all authority and responsibility for that equipment. to the site in which it stays. So if it's in Cowden, if it's in Findlay, that's where it stays under 911 authority. Teresa?
Does 911 have money too then? I mean, is it a 50/50 thing? Do they have half the money?
See, this is back to, we have money, we had money, and then there was an issue of a massive expenditure here this summer, in July and August, that created a very big budget crunch on this particular area.
You're we talking about 911 board,
We,
not
911.
county.
Not this,
That's the
Okay.
911, yeah.
yeah, the 911 board has been being addressed, or has addressed a very large GIS project. To the best of my knowledge, we've negotiated into a 3-year payment program. So we have residual funds left in the equipment line to spend on it. Hopefully we can move some other funds around and get more funds put into it.
But you don't know if they've got half, if it'd be 50/50 or if it's a $600,000 project?
So in the discussions that we've had in both boards, it would be as 50/50 as we can get it. And quite frankly, if they were not in 50/50, if it was, say, we went to 300,000 and they only went to 150,000, which is not 50/50, obviously, then the remainder of the project, the remainder of the gaps that would be left that the project couldn't cover, would have to be finished next year, or very close to next year, year 2, because the same problems are going to exist down the road. So, is 300 enough? I think it's a good start. Hopefully it doesn't, we don't need more. But that's the issue of we, on the 911 side, we've got to establish where exactly we're at, especially if we know we have obligation of funds from this kind of board. So, Tad.
So I had a lot of conversations in the past 2 days. Mr. Hibbard, Woldenberg, and Mr. Lynch were very generous with their time, as was the sheriff. You're right, there's got to be a starting point, right? So I don't know, which way we go first? Who starts this process? This bid, which was sent to this morning, was just under 600,000 as total project, right? So it's ballpark half, which, again, I've got a map I can pass it around, and people with better language skills can explain the coverage, but there's clearly a lot of light green and then there's a lot of dark green. That's the fix to it, and I understand that piece of it. But in talking with the sheriff, in his communication gap areas is if the tower's going up, and we're paying labor for somebody to go up on a tower at the same time, if we're also able to improve his situation by getting repeaters and the guys up on the boom, putting up one repeater, it surely can't cost that much more to run the second one up versus a separate process to have them come back out. And so, I guess as we move forward in this, I'd like to see conversations with the sheriff and anybody else that's a stakeholder in this, that, if there's bulk rate discounts, whatever it is, from this purchasing process, is that we've got all the stakeholders in here. Because the gentleman I've spoken to, they think that this can continue to last us 20, 30 years down the road if we get the right coverage with this. But I want to make sure, because, he's got concerns. If he can't reach one of his deputies by radio, the follow-up to that is a phone call. My guess is if you can't reach him by radio, the phone's also going to have a problem, especially when you get to the southern part of the county and the Cowden-Herrick area where AT&T doesn't necessarily, or Verizon doesn't necessarily work very well down there. So, but I'd like to, in this conversation, or how we move forward, is make sure that he's brought into this to find out if he can get the same kind of map, how do we then affect his situation and improve his situation at the same time?
Sorry. I've already been talking to the sheriff. So if we come off the Cromwell Tower, that moves one repeater, and then there's one already that's decommissioned, I guess, in town here, that will go somewhere else. So I've already talked to the sheriff, so we have been in conversation with him.
Yeah, not the point. Point being is on
No,
the
they're-
only
that's-
step ones.
But here's the issue though. So the other night, Sheriff and I were talking, and when I asked him point blank, what does this do for you? He goes, nothing. I'm like, I said some choice words, you know, practically. And because it really irritated me that we were not on the same wavelength, and I mean physically on the same wavelength, because they're on a different repeater, because they're on their own channel basically. And but now that this is developing in conversation, I think the tower would be useful by all means. And one question I would have though is, we're in this process of improving the 911 communications. Do you recall if any of these improvements are specific to your department?
Of those
Of
you're talking about?
Of what's been proposed?
No, none of those do anything for our radio system.
Okay, so back to square one.
Other than maybe sharing on a tower, but that, Global Tech said that's a $30,000 repeater for us. If we're gonna share a tower, it's still gonna be $30,000 to put up a repeater.
But it's
Patch you guys over onto our frequency and you guys could use that, correct? You guys have the patch over, which doesn't put you on your secure frequency, but gives you comms, correct?
Sean, we're having a redundant conversation. This is 911's issue. The what, where, how, and what for is 911's issue. The funding is our issue. So the details of what we're talking about is full of redundancy and really not necessary. When we get down to it, we can improve the sheriff's repeaters, and we can do that on a separate resolution that would be exclusive to his department. But for now, we're looking at 911, supporting 911, and we have to do the project. Mark.
In the radio communication world, there are two bands, high band and low band. You can't get them both on the same radio. So it's not just a matter of changing channels.
Yeah, there's quite a bit to it, and that's when we're talking, it's one or the other right now, so anyhow, in terms of language, I do agree that there should be some additions to it. We can take it back to the drawing board and write a better resolution, but in the roundabout way, I think we have full consensus that when we have a well-written resolution, and as well as, so I've seen this happen in the past with other joint boards, where it's almost like they need to have the same resolution written to both boards. So we could even go that route. Is there, in discussion, is there any the feel of necessity for having one resolution that would be signed by both board chairs? For them president and our chair. Do you think we should go that route, or just, because from time to time I look at this and we may be looking at cart before the horse, but not really.
I just reiterate, I'm perfectly fine with us doing this. I think to Mr. Mayhall's point, if we had a scope, it would certainly help us, help the sheriff know if this one thing over here, that one thing over there would benefit him, and we could work to that end. I think we have to pay for the stuff, the pieces, just like we can't just give them the money. So unless there's anyone on this board that doesn't want to do that, then I think we need to go back to I would suggest tabling this and then go back to the 911 board and say, full county board is in. You guys need to move forward, bring back a scope of a project. You need this, 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 and this. And then we can start moving forward. That's what I suggest, but I'm one of 22.
Bobby, I just real quick, Mr. Alsop came to the Public Safety Committee meeting with some concerns about this, and I just want to make sure that everything that you were concerned about was addressed tonight.
What do you mean?
Well, like, who's on board, that we do want to move forward with the project, that we understand the necessity of it, of how important it is that we get these
Yes, it's very important. I mean, that's why I'm here, getting involved. Unfortunately, I've had 2 close calls, and it's ready to failure that my dispatch had no idea I was in that place. It's getting closer and closer. How can I, like Scott said, we are short on volunteers. How am I supposed to keep my volunteers if I can't keep them safe? And wasting and taping this is just going to put it on longer and longer, going on a year. We got to get started and get moving forward.
Yes, tabling, not to interrupt you, but tabling this resolution does not hold the project back. It's 911's project. We are simply putting a foot out there and saying we're going to help fund the project. So, but we also want to have our proverbial ducks in a row. That way, when they start this project, we're not getting off on the weeds somewhere we didn't intend to go. So, like I said, I think that it would be wise to even have a provision in this resolution that says the next step is actually creating a binding working agreement for the project and how the funds would be transferred and used. So, but not to degrade what you're saying, I completely get it, but the main thing I want to emphasize is it's still 911's project.
So are you proposing to put that in there?
Sorry?
As an amendment tonight? Why can't we just amend it like we've done every other resolution?
Make a motion to amend it, please.
I'll make a motion to amend.
I still have
Wait a minute, we can't.
Okay, so the amendment will read as what? The addition, it's one whereas.
Somebody's gonna have to help me do the amendment.
Okay, so the last whereas is, upon completion of the communication upgrade, Shelby County Board should not retain any responsibility, ownership, maintenance, obligation, purchase agreement, or purchase of the upgrade. And I said it earlier, whereas
You did say it earlier, I can't remember. The scope.
the Shelby County recognizes this as the first step of the project, the next step should be an actual working agreement, but
Right.
You said this is step 1 of, and then of seeking a contract, I think is what you said.
Negotiate.
That the details would be in the actual contract.
It's hard to do on the spot, isn't it?
I spat it out so well. I just wrote it down.
It would be in negotiating a contract. The next step would be to negotiate a contract with the 911 board
Whereas this,
for the scope of the project.
this resolution is a commitment to the project until, what's that?
I did write it down.
Okay.
I got lost in all the scribbles. This resolution should establish our commitment to help fund this 911, fund this something with the 911 system
Approve those.
to around
911 system.
911 system improvements. I ran out of space.
I'm sorry, he's getting it.
And I have 10 repeaters.
And now, do they have any idea when they're going to start the project?
Kevin Herrick will be the first.
But when? Oh, they don't know when they're going to start it?
They can start within, like 45 to 60 days, I think.
while you're writing, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
In doing all this, are we gonna encompass what the sheriff needs to, or does that have to take a separate?
So, let me read this to you, and it might answer your question, because until we know exactly the site locations and where these are gonna go, the scope of the project, will we know where his benefits or where his shortfall is gonna come from? So then we can reevaluate, say, okay, now the sheriff has a problem in this one spot, so the county may need to put, or the sheriff's department may need to put a tower in one spot just for the sheriff, but he can piggyback on the rest of them. Who knows?
Well, I was
that's a
just thinking about the
question.
ARPA money, and we've gotta have it
Right.
spent by a certain amount of time, that they need to
So,
look at that part of it too.
so I do believe that GTSI can do a study just like that. They can do a study with his department and pull that all in and find out what we need to do. And we'll take them rolling. But that would be for him to figure out on his end of things. So this resolution shall show the commitment to the 911 equipment upgrade. No funds to be expended until a working agreement / contract is ratified by both boards. Is that sufficient of an addition to the resolution? The funds be expended by Shelby County Board. So you had a motion to amend. This is the amendment to be added to the resolution. Whereas this resolution shall show commitment to the 911 equipment upgrade, whereas no funds to be expended by the Shelby County Board until a working agreement / contract is ratified by both boards. Is there a second to it? Cody on the second. I had like a bunch, but Cody's second. So any discussion on the amendment to the resolution?
Yeah, if we're gonna amend it, we're gonna be here for a while because we've still got some language in here that is gonna have to be cleared up. And just, if you wanna strike all of the paragraphs, save that one. But then we would have an illegal agenda item because maybe not. Would that be proper? I mean, if you wanna strike all the paragraphs, save the one you just wrote, I'm fine with that. It's a resolution dedicating funds. I'm fine with that. That's essentially the same thing as tabling it. If you want to send this resolution to one of the committees to have them fix it, that's fine too, but this thing is so far away from where it should be, I'm a no vote on the amendment and a no vote on this resolution.
Do you have further amendments you would make to solve some of that?
Yeah, I would strike the rest of the paragraphs.
So strike everything and inject this resolution, what I just spoke. Yeah, that's pretty much all it needed to say. Like I said, I think I got off in the weeds when I was trying to get too many details into it. It could have been a very short resolution.
So in doing all this and saying we've got $300,000 to put towards this project, will this be put out for bid? Will our $300 have to be, whoever gets this money, will it be bid just like we had a project and it has to go out for bid?
So 911 will be the same rules that we are. I had actually a lot of discussion between the folks on the board 911 as well as a handful of people in the general public, but when you get to analyzing this project, sorry?
I'm cold.
Oh.
All of a sudden, it's cold.
It's cold in here.
The wind shifted here. So, in terms of bidding this project, when you look at the existing equipment that's here, the existing hardware and software, it really starts to qualify as a specialized situation. A specialized service, a specialized everything. Because if you add in, say you have 3 different companies, and there's one that's half amount of the other. And you take that bid and they put the equipment in, but it's not compatible with the rest of the system. Now our first responders are becoming challenged because they're looking for channels on their radio to figure out what repeater they're actually talking on, because we have mixed match repeaters. It'd be like, in layman's terms, it'd be like putting I want to say a 350 GM motor in a Ford car. It's just, they're not compatible. You can make them compatible, but it's very cumbersome. They're not compatible. So, in terms of relevance to whether it has to be bid or not, it really starts to fall into that specialized realm.
Well, it wouldn't seem proper to me if the person who is supplying all the information, they're the only ones that you can get your stuff from. That's what I'm saying. If it's so specialized, that's what's gonna happen is, there won't be any competition as far as,
So if we went with a different company, we would really need to gut the whole system and go with all the equipment, and that would be very costly. So, and I agree, I'm all for competition, but I'm also for,
well, you want it to work, but
uniformity.
you want it to work the most economical way that it can.
Sure.
He's cold too.
Do you have anything to input on the compatibility of systems? Because that's kind of where it gets gray in my mind.
Well, like on which part?
So if we had a competitive bid, and the competitive bidder has, like I said, green equipment, and we have all red established here,
The system we have pretty much belongs to one company. They built that system, they designed the hardware. Their system talks to all these repeaters. Another company can buy the same brand of equipment, throw it in the mix, but they cannot talk into that system. Unfortunately, we are stuck with this company. They built a company for 911. That was years ago that they chose that company, and it was built especially for Shelby County. And he pretty much is upgrading this existing system we've got. Nothing new, just upgrading.
I have Annette, and then we'll go to Doug.
She was first.
Annette, go ahead.
Just for the record, I think it could be bid as a choice. They are exempt, the 911 board, but I would love to see it bid out, just because it gives a little competition and it doesn't allow one company to come in and overbid $200,000. But going back to this resolution, what is it going to hurt to have 2 redundant paragraphs? Why can't we go ahead and pass it tonight? And if it needs amended before, as you're working on the contracting, you see that you need to add something to the initial resolution, why can't we just do that then? What's it gonna hurt to pass it tonight? What's the double bind for you, is my question.
She asking me a question, Mr. Chairman?
I'm asking you some,
And you.
yeah.
Can I answer?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So the problem are multiple-fold. This doesn't specify that this is only going to service Shelby County. It specifies that it's going to help the police department. It specifies that we're going to spend up to, but not to exceed. We don't have a scope of the project. We're essentially exposing ourselves a great deal as far as saying we're going to give money to something, and we're going to give money to one entity, which I have a feeling other entities will line up at the door if we do that. There's nothing in this language that says we're going to pay for stuff with ARPA funds. To your point about having multiple bids, if we had a resolution that was encompassing and proper, that language could be baked in there to restrict or require the 911, even though they're not bound normally. If we're gonna pay for half of their project, we could make that a requirement through a resolution. Again, I'm not opposed to any assistance to the 911 board. I'm opposed to this resolution. I just want to be really clear about that.
Right, I understand.
I'm opposed to this language.
And you know what's not in there.
And one of the problems, we have a 22-member board with 3 people that have more than carnal knowledge of the system. And that needs to be at the Shelby County Board does not need to tell the 911 service what type of equipment to buy. They need to know that, and they need to be responsible for that because it's their baby.
Why doesn't this resolution fulfill that?
So that, it does say that 911 board is responsible for procurement of equipment and services related to construction. But what it doesn't say, no, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is, nope, there it is. I found it. We did set a dollar amount in there, okay.
We did
And
say
it does
what?
say ARPA.
I can't hear you.
He said we did
Yes,
set
it
a dollar
does,
amount.
it does say from the ARPA funds to pay for equipment installation.
That language is in there, but it's an up to.
Up to, but not to exceed.
Correct. And I'm not going to spend taxpayer dollars with a pretend bill that we don't have. We don't have a scope. We don't. Quite frankly, if they come back and presented us with a scope for $400,000, I'm a yes vote. This is serious and it needs fixed. But with issues that are serious that need repair, time and effort should be taken to fix it. The first sentence is a generic sentence, and it says emergency response teams. What emergency response teams? The one from Macon County? The one from Moultrie County? Doesn't say Shelby County. Doesn't say those specific response teams, and we need to make those response teams more whole.
Well, we have intergovernmental agreements with a lot of different counties, so that's why that isn't, that's open.
If we have a significant event, there could be ambulance services, rescue squads, et cetera, from other counties that have to come into our county, and they have to be able to, I'm going to use the term dial in, but dial into the system, right?
Yes.
So,
Exactly why the 911 board is responsible and needs to run with this.
but I thought that's why we added the sentence that he put, was because this really isn't to be the contract, this isn't to be the nitty-gritty details, this is to show the support for the funding piece of it, and it is 911's project.
Okay, I'm going to go to one more comment, then we'll bring us back to Earth. Go.
I want to call the vote.
This is for the amendment. This is, we're bringing it back to Earth. We are on the amendment portion of discussion. And the amendment, I'll repeat it, is in addition to, it would be the last whereas, basically, before the resolution. This resolution shall show the commitment to the 911 equipment upgrade and no funds to be expended by Shelby County Board until a working agreement / contract is ratified by those boards. And a working agreement would be the nuts and bolts of how the bills are to be distributed, the bills to be paid, and it would then give us a scope and everything to negotiate. So, the amendment, as verbalized, any other discussion?
I have a question. Can I ask a question?
Question?
Does this absolutely have to be done tonight, that we hurry up and get something done?
It's been discussed for about a year.
I understand that, I understand that,
I'm so tired of waiting on this project.
but it just absolutely has to be done tonight.
This commitment to the 911 board, yeah, needs to be done. And I had a call to vote, so I accepted one question. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. So the resolution, now going back to the original motion of the resolution, as amended to include the language as verbalized discussion. I have Lori back here.
Are you saying that you wrote this out? Because I think I heard you say that you wrote this resolution out.
I did, yes.
Okay, would you entertain striking some of it that is redundant, just to help clarify it?
So the redundancy, are you referring to the, and the whereas, and then therefore at the very end, there's redundancy in that? Go ahead with your question.
Well, I'm asking, because you said, the way I understand it is that you wrote it, but you kind of got off in the weeds of some of the details. Is there any of it that you would consider striking now with this amendment that would help?
Can the whole resolution not just be the last paragraph?
Right.
I mean, wouldn't that cover everything where we are right now to say that we're going to commit funds, but
Okay,
not
so-
going to give funds?
So now we're at the stage where we have an amendment, we have a resolution as amended, now amended again, and strike everything but the amendment.
I mean, to me, that's what makes sense, rather than talking about, oh, can I make that amendment to strike everything but the last paragraph? that was just written?
So we have a motion and a second for amendments. To strike everything on the resolution, or
I need
It is
some
really hard to hear back
clarification.
there.
I can't hear anything either,
It's-
and I need clarification of what you're talking about.
so Julie made a motion to strike everything on the resolution except for what we amended to. Okay, we added the amended part in the last motion, okay? So now we're gonna strike everything else and keep this part.
I don't know how you can not have an amount in there. How can you not have an amount?
Yeah, that's what I was sitting here discussing how much to strike, or discussing in my head how much to strike.
Mr. Chairman, an up to is not an amount. I know that's an argument and a point of contention, but an up to is not an amount. I second the motion to strike all the other language, save the one you amended to. And we have a resolution that we can give to the 911 board that says we're serious.
And then our contract will say an amount.
Yeah, then the contract saying that. Okay. So motion and second to amend to strike all language with the exception of the amendment. We have a motion and a second. Discussion on this?
Just one question. Just because the agenda item gave a specific amount, maybe we violated the rules by passing something without dollar amount attached.
It said up to. It doesn't say up to.
It does, but
So that's up to, so that's a broad scope right there.
now we're approving zero.
It's not specific. Be more specific.
So we're not adding to, we're taking away.
Yeah.
So you want to
Do
take
that
away
now.
the dollar amount?
Well, exactly, but if we were to approve of something not on the agenda, then I can see where it would be coming. If we were to approve of something, or if we were to remove something in approval, Jeremy, do you?
I was just gonna say, if we were exceeding the amount listed on the agenda, that would be a problem.
Right. But up to is not.
We have passed countless things that say up to in other entities. It's not illegal to do that.
No, it's the concept of leaving something undefined.
We beat this thing to death for the last half hour or better.
Yeah.
I think everybody in this board is in favor of helping get the improved thing. I move that we table this motion until next month, and that at that point in time, a resolution with being more specific be brought to the board.
Do we already have a motion on the floor?
We do.
Yeah, motion table.
Is that Trump?
Yeah. Yeah. Is there a second to motion table? Teresa, second to motion table. It's non-negotiable. Non-debatable, so all in favor of tabling, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Raise your hand, please.
Cody, Brent, Annette, Martha, and Tim Brown are no votes.
So 5 noes to table.
5 noes to table, motion carries. 12 yeses. No, 13, 14 yeses. We're adding people as we go along. I've lost my number.
16, yes.
Okay, so tabling, motion carries to table item 11. Thank you for a very enlightening discussion. We will get to an actionable thing in the future.
But this is not delaying any projects.
No, this is not delaying anything. Item 12, Cody. We'll skip it. Okay. Item 13 is going into closed session pursuant to 5 ILCS 120-2, Part C to collecting negotiating matters.
So moved.
I have a motion by Senator to go into closed session. I have a seconded by Mr. Shuff. All in favor?
No.
Roll call.
Amling,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Dane,
Yeah.
Brands,
Yes.
Brown,
No.
Cole, Edwards,
No.
Bernhaber,
Yes.
Hardy,
Yes.
Keenan,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Mayhaw,
Yes.
McCormick,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Foreman,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Shuck,
Yes.
Tate,
Yes.
Wallace,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Just for the record, can I change to no?
So we've got 18 yes, 3 noes, Bain, Brown, and Edwards.
At this time, if the board wishes to go to courtroom B, can we do that, or do we want to have everyone vacate?
I think it's easier for us to go downstairs.
Right. We'll go to courtroom B for our closed session.
We're going to close session again.
Audio's on now.
Sometimes you just gotta call a spade a spade.
Check 1, 2.
Boy, you checking the pulse of the horse?
A nap.
Oh, yeah.
I got this Polish friend. I got this Polish friend that has a sound system. Got to check it. Hope that wasn't a problem. That's national.
That's who was on my left. It's been, the one that's been closed. Yes. On the north south, we will drop
Okay, I need a motion to return back to open session.
So moved.
Motion by Carol, second by Heath. Roll call, please.
Amling,
Present.
Bennett, Bang, here, Brown,
Here.
Cole, here, Edwards, here, Bernhaber, here, Hardy, Keenan,
Present.
Martin, here, Marks,
Here.
Mayhall, here, McCormick,
Here.
Nelson, here, Orman,
Here.
Ross,
Yes.
Shep,
Here.
Tate,
Here.
Wallace,
Here.
Williams.
Present.
Have a quorum.
May the record reflect that we took no action in closed session. Returning to the agenda on item 15, there's no action to be taken on item 14. So item 15 is discussion and vote to approve the following items upon the record of the Public Safety Committee. Item A is board chair and public safety chair to have access to the dive building follows the Fire Protection District Act code. Got a motion. Judah makes a motion, I got a second from Martha. Is there any discussion to this?
Yeah, I guess, what are we given permission here to do, right? I mean, why, if it's something that we have anyway, why are we needing to grant permission to enter something that's already ours?
I think it establishes a chain of command in the absence of a chain of command. It officially establishes that. I wasn't in the meeting, but from what I can see, that's what it would do. I would allow any public safety committee members to speak to this. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it was just removing any potential question marks as to whether or not a chairman, safety, or the chairman of the board would have access to property, equipment, etc. This is just a way for the full board to officially weigh in on that they also agree that permission exists.
It exists arbitrarily and statutorily. But
That's the belief?
this is a board recognition of that.
Yes.
Any other discussion, questions, comments?
So the lease for that building doesn't have anybody's name on it that wants to go into it, and we feel like that's okay.
You know, other equipment in it.
But the lease, the building is not in your name.
Good.
And nobody's name that's in this room right now.
Was it signed by a county official? It's in the county's name?
No. No.
Laura?
The lease does say, and its successors. So if there's a transition of personnel, successors you will find.
Question answered, so it's in successors.
So we're all attorneys now, we know that we can.
No, successor means successor. It means if someone leaves that position, the next person fills it. They assume that responsibility and that role.
So any other discussions, questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
No.
Please raise your hand. Teresa, Tad, no votes.
Of course not.
Item B of item 15, part B of item 15 is IGA with Village of Stewartson and the Shelby County Animal Control. This was tabled from January 11th by Member Ross.
Make a motion to accept that?
Is there a motion to pull off the table?
Motion to pull off the table, yes.
So Sonny makes the motion to remove the IGA from the table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Julie seconds the motion. Is there any discussion?
I have a question.
Could
Well-
somebody please send me that agreement? Because what Cody sent me was extremely small and I couldn't print it.
I should have that in the PDF, so I will send that to you.
Didn't we vote on this in committee?
We voted to bring it to the full board.
Yeah, but now we're tabling it?
No, no, no.
We're taking it off the table from because January didn't properly reflect the census. It was an old,
Okay.
so we tabled it till Angela could get it updated, and now it's been updated, which we approved in committee.
Okay.
So the motion is to remove from the table. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So now we're taking it off the table. We put it back into the business. And now I need a motion to approve the intergovernmental agreement. Heath makes the motion, seconded by Sean. Any discussion on the resolution as or the IGA as it stands? Sonny?
Yeah, thank you. So that, we tabled that in January because Stewartson is wanting to enter this IGA to utilize our animal control. And the IGA that they were using had an outdated census total on it. And so we tabled it to go back so that the proper census data could be put on there and be properly reflected. Stewartson's already approved this once. They will most certainly approve this time because actually when we updated the census data, their fee decreased. It did not increase. So they will certainly agree to that, and they're literally waiting on us to get that done.
Any other comments, questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 16 is legislative committee business. Let's see, we have discussion and votes for the following upon the recommendation of the legislative committee. We have part A is resolution to block video entertainment streaming services on county Wi-Fi.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
So Jeremy makes a motion on part A. Is there a second by Heath? Discussion, I'll open up the floor to committee chair Williams.
This came to the attention of the committee nearly a year ago. Video entertainment streaming services are being sometimes used on county Wi-Fi, on taxpayer-funded Wi-Fi. And that causes interruptions, particularly in court. There is insufficient bandwidth to accommodate both. Court obviously is the people's business. Live video entertainment streaming services are not. And so in order to facilitate the operation of the court and to keep focused on public business, the committee has chosen to bring this resolution to the board.
Any discussion of the resolution?
This is the official version?
I thought you said gave him some legislative.
Yeah, they were most of us, we're just not really, but you know, we like things.
Yeah, so Jessica, you sent to myself, and I forwarded it on to the rest of the legislative committee. After we spoke, you were going to attach the space for the resolution number because only you assign those numbers, we do not. And you attached a title, you attached a date, a place for the chairman and for yourself to sign.
Yeah, so in the legislative item file, if you scroll through the bottom of it, I'm correct? No, that's actually the right part.
Yeah, so what the board seems to have gotten is what I sent to the clerk, but the clerk and I discussed, and she was going to add a space for the resolution number because she assigns that number, we do not, as well as a title, a date that is passed, a place for you to sign, a place for her to sign.
Yeah, it's page 2.
Oh, are those on there?
Is page 2 or 4 in the legislative items?
So,
But the body is the same, it's just the.
Yeah, the wording should be exactly, you didn't change anything in the wording in the body, so, yeah.
yeah, basically it's a limited to the sharing services. But not limited to Hulu, Netflix, Peacock, Prime, Max, ESPN, et cetera. And YouTube, Zoom, Google Meet, other platforms, may be conducted a conference, virtual meetings, services are not typically used for purposes, and who will be necessary to conduct kind of business function. So it's included in there.
Yeah, so anything that was used for training or for virtual meetings or anything like that is not considered a video entertainment streaming service, and those are not affected by this policy whatsoever. And also, because there are times and departments that may require the use of these things, the courts and the sheriff's department's authority to permit such usage is recognized.
Okay, any other questions about the resolution? Blind video entertainment.
Will this allow the clerk's office, circuit clerk's office, when we use the word by the court, is that reference to the judge? I guess my question is, if the clerk's office has a YouTube training, is the clerk's office going to be able to allow that?
YouTube's not involved.
Yes, YouTube is not included.
Okay. Or other training videos, we're not limiting that in any way, shape, or form?
No, it's-
Okay.
YouTube, Zoom, Google Meet, other platforms in which training may be conducted are typically not used for entertainment purposes and whose use will be necessary to conduct any business.
Is this separate from the jail?
Yes.
that's covered, that would be covered under the very last sentence, except as authorized by the court or the sheriff's department. So what they need to do over there, as they need to authorize, that's recognized here.
So they use commissary, they use commissary for purchase or whatever they can call it. So, yeah, I think it'll cover basically. So, any other discussion, questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item P on 16 is, I believe, page 4. Resolution to separate Wi-Fi services from public and courthouse network. So,
I'll make the motion to approve the policy, Mr. Chairman.
yeah. Motion by Jeremy, second by Martha. I do believe this is the page 4 of the document.
Yeah, it's the last one.
So, this basically, it brings in 2 lines of Wi-Fi. So we have 2 actual hard lines coming in. One is a backup that is hosted by a different company. I do believe he was here.
He was.
Yeah. So, just so I was saying, there's VLANs, there's 2 VLANs, right? Or there's one, we want to add a second. It does multiple things for the courts and the courthouse itself. It creates a backup for emergency issues, as well as it creates password monitoring. So the resolution we just passed can actually be implemented, because now we have 2 different avenues for the courthouse to get Wi-Fi. So, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this resolution?
Will this be going, will MyTech be in charge of this line as well, or are we gonna have a totally separate company?
So
No, MyTech is going to remain in their current role. We'll just have a line from Consolidated coming in and a line from a secondary coming in.
So if something happens that's consolidated, we do have internet access as a secondary backup.
And it auto flips, so like, it'll switch back and forth if one goes down and then the other one comes back up and stuff.
You may notice a 15 or 20 second lapse while it's switching over and reconnecting, but it will do so automatically.
So when we get hacked and ransomed, who's gonna own it? Because I promise you, one's gonna point at the other.
So it still comes through the same firewall. It's just where the fuel's coming from, where the feed's coming from.
Okay. And who runs that firewall?
MyTech.
Okay.
Yeah, it almost took a piece of paper that big to show the diagram of how it all comes in and feeds in and
But
distributes back
And
out.
they're 2 in, but they're still through the same firewall.
Yeah.
Any other, Tad?
Who's the secondary company?
That's why I
Is it
wish you were still here.
Sparklight?
Sparklight, did you say?
I believe it's Sparklight.
Okay, yeah, that sounds accurate.
And then cost?
That is all covered.
That's actually all covered. That's not coming out any Shelby County taxpayer money. The circuit court has funds to pay for that and has legal authority to do so.
And the last point, the sentence or the end of the sentence, firewall protection shall be installed. We still have firewall protections not installed.
I don't know where it comes from.
No, utilize could be a better word, but I mean, it will go through the same firewall we currently have.
But we have holes in that service still, right?
That is an issue I can't speak to.
Holes in the service.
We've discussed it multiple times in here, that it was
Cyber
ordered,
insurance.
that not only cyber insurance, but we have certain computers and systems that have that stuff removed from them.
think any of
So
those.
okay, so part of this is so the court gets more of a dedicated line, so they're not, so if whatever the upload rate is or download rate is, if it's completely taxed or 80 to 90% taxed, and you throw Zoom cord on and it just goes to 110% capacity, well, at least now we have more of a dedicated line, and we have protections for streaming and stuff like that, so.
Right, that's not.
But I think you're talking about the physical units being hooked up to the network.
If some had the software removed from them.
That's not pursuant to what we're discussing.
But it says all firewall protections shall be installed, is what I'm getting at, right? So we're going back to something which has been discussed before. So I guess I would have a discussion with my tech, and ensure, because I'm pretty sure we have openings in our system.
Okay, so the discussions that was had was with the judge, was with the state attorney, and was with my tech and myself. Those individuals in contention were all in the room and all in agreement with this program.
Okay. So they will be protected.
Yes.
Okay.
So, any other discussion, questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor of resolution to separate Wi-Fi services, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Resolution passes. Item C, we are passing. Correct, Jeremy? D, county fuel policy.
I will make the motion to approve the fuel policy.
Motion by Jeremy, is there a second? Second by Julie. So, Jeremy, would you please give a brief overview of this? It's fuel policy.
Well, does anyone have any questions? I mean, the document's in front of everyone.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Annette.
What's different in the policy than what we already do?
Well, this, I believe this limits our use of fueling stations to what the county has already bought and paid for in the tanks at the highway department, instead of, for instance, running out to the airport to fuel up. This limits the use of avgas to things like generators, watercraft, and small engines, as you can see in the last sentence, because it's not good for other kinds of engines like in a car. This works in conjunction with the county credit card policy that we put into place last year with either taking a county vehicle and fueling up with a county credit card, or taking a personal vehicle and fueling up with a county credit card, or filing a reimbursement because of the use of a personal card. This helps us to keep track of the hours, mileage or hours on the unit, what unit is being fueled, the name of the individual who did the fueling of the vehicle. Again, it sets the county highway department as the priority fueling situation. And it just, second paragraph there has receipts for purchases made at the highway department and WEX card purchases, which I think the sheriff's department has the WEX cards. Those all go with that department's monthly statement to the department head, and then on to the clerk, and then on to finance, and then here.
So does that change anything that you do?
No.
So that's just your current state?
This changed practically nothing for the sheriff's department because they use the WEX cards. If someone were to go,
Well, the highway department uses a lot of fuel,
yeah,
and the highway, rescue, drive, coroner,
animal control.
So everybody will be doing the same thing across the board?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was for uniformity.
Uniformity and record keeping. Yeah. Mark.
I will come in, and we've had a few times in finance, we're looking for receipts. It's not something for us as well.
reports, is there any committees that need to report?
Yes.
Karen?
For 2 months, I've been forgetting. I believe after the December meeting, the clerk and I spoke about the timing of getting agenda items in to her for board meetings. It would be beneficial for any individual board member and/or any committee to get their agenda items to the clerk as soon as possible, preferably a week before each regularly scheduled full board meeting, so that she can start sending read-ahead materials out sooner. Board members have more time to read and research and ask questions and formulate discussion points. Legislative discussed it, I want to say, in January, and we decided that no amendment to the board rules was necessary. We just wanted to encourage all board members and committees to get their items to the clerk as quickly as possible to give everyone more time.
Sure.
Because I did unfortunately forget, and I didn't mark the requested on this agenda, just because of the craziness of things. So, yeah, I knew it was gonna happen at some point in time, and unfortunately it did.
Was there something else I was going to report on? I feel like there were two things.
I have no idea what was in there.
Was it a request that agendas for all committee meetings go out to the full board?
Oh, yes. If possible, could agendas for all committees go to all board members? And probably department heads? Is that, do we also, is that doable? Is that reasonable?
I can do it, but they all are on the website as well, but yeah, I can send them to the full board.
I would appreciate that.
The airport, the young gal in the pilot scholarship program, her name's Caitlin from Assumption, has finished 42 hours of flight time, and I believe she needs 50 in order to get her license. She's a senior in high school. So that's kind of exciting. And then this past week, Corey Wells and his son Ethan, who are taking fly lessons at the airport, flew their first solo flight within an hour of each other. And they said that's a first for the airport, for a father-son to do that. And then also this past weekend, two local people, Lyle Jeffson, who's a first officer, and Captain John Weber from Shelbyville, both flew a commercial flight, a Southwest flight, together. And they said that was a first for these two guys from Shelbyville. So I just thought that was pretty neat. And I know it's on Facebook if anybody wants to see it. May 4th, there's a fly-in pancake breakfast at the airport. Anybody interested? Just be a fun time, so that's all I have.
I sent out an update from Steve about the health department, that it's 95%, the construction is 95% complete. They just have a little bit of the roof left to finish. And they are still planning the open house, which I think I included that attachment for everybody, the 3rd and 4th of April for the new building, or for the new construction.
Any other committee reports? Sorry?
Is committee reports where we're going to?
Yeah.
The chairman's going. Is
Sorry.
that his intention?
Do what?
Is that the intention?
So, no, we can go to old business or, we'll just go to old business. We'll go straight to old business. This is where I would invite the person from Centrica to just, since you're here, tell us who you are, what you are, and we have no action to take.
meet you all. Our company, if you're not familiar with us or haven't heard of us before, we are a licensed engineering, design, build, energy services company. So we specialize in doing energy retrofits for local governments and counties throughout the state of Illinois. And that's my responsibility, is to work with local governments, whether it's a county, city, municipality, and find projects like such as this, and to put together scope of work, and we would be responsible for putting together bids and overseeing the contractors that would implement the project and do construction, and we would turnkey the project and be responsible for everything start to finish. So my role is kind of more of the sales side of things, and so I spend a lot of my time coming to board meetings like this around the state. I live up north in Prairie County, in between Morris and Joliet, so we have a lot of projects going on with other counties, and so just over the months of just kind of making introductions to other counties around the area. I stopped in a few months ago before the holidays and saw that there was the window project has been on the agenda for quite a while, so I just stopped in and made some handshake introductions just to introduce myself to see if we might be able to offer any assistance. And after the holidays, followed up, talked with a few individuals, talked with the sheriff, talked with a few board members, and it was brought to our attention that there might be a need for some assistance. So we brought our team out here on site to get a look at the windows and start putting together at least an idea of what we could do if we were to come in and help out. And so this is where kind of our materials come from for tonight. And so our team came out here. I brought out 2 engineers, and we came out on site last week on March 6th, on Wednesday. We came out, got some photos of some windows, and got some specs, got some blueprints from the basement just to get an idea of what type of windows you have. And so I won't go too much into detail. I know it's late. I know we've all been here a long time, so I appreciate you all allowing me to give a brief introduction and briefly go through the materials you have in front of you. So the main talking points to go through is that on the second slide of your, I guess you could call it your PowerPoint, which is your packet with the courthouse on it, is a photo of a courthouse just down the road from here in Charleston, Illinois, which is known as the historic Coles County Courthouse. We actually did that project here and finished it this last year. This was over 400 custom-made and individually designed windows that we had to go through the State Historical Preservation Committee to get authorization for every spec, every window, to make sure we were honoring the historical integrity of the building. So really proud of that project because it speaks to the capabilities of our team to be able to manage, design, and oversee getting a project of this stature done and completed the right way. We've done numerous projects like this for other counties in the state, so we wanted to highlight that just to make sure the county knows. You might not have heard of us before, but we do have local presence. We've done projects in and around the areas. We just haven't worked with you all yet, and we hope to here in the near future with this window project. And the next slide we just go through, and I wanted to just highlight that the reason why we were excited to come out and introduce ourselves and look to work with the county is that we really like getting involved with historical buildings, and this is a really beautiful building, and so it was really kind of sad to see the condition of the windows that they're in. And we took this snippet from shelbyville.net down at the bottom of the page where you see the courthouse, and we kind of see that with all the monuments and the statues. We see this as kind of a pinnacle of the community, and it's kind of the start of the historical district. So if we can kind of have a helping hand in making sure it stays that way and honoring the integrity of the historical building that this is, we'll be able to help out and be able to do that. And so I'll just wrap up by going through kind of what we put together in terms of kind of how we may be able to help and what this would look like. I mentioned to the Public Safety Committee last Thursday when we came out, I know it wasn't an official meeting, but I came down and was able to at least talk through kind of how we could be officially selected if the board would want to move forward and take some action. There's a couple of ways to go about it. We We abide by the Local Government Energy Conservation Act, so it's a different set of procurement guidelines than your traditional low bid scope. So your low bidding process, you usually hire a firm to design specs, then send it out to low bid. Abiding by this government code you see on the slide where options for, this is a typo, I put options for Grundy County because we were doing a project with them, but underneath that you see the government code. Abiding by that government code, if we are selected as the county's partner, then we would then be responsible for the entire process from start to finish of finishing what you already have started from designing the specs, and then also putting that out in an RFP to hit the streets and ask local companies to then respond with bids to actually do the contractual work in the construction side of things. And so depending on how fast you want to move on this, if this is a project that the county board really wants to have done this year, and based on what we've been given feedback on, it sounds like there may be an intent to utilize some ARPA funds. We saw that there's a CD out there with some ARPA funds with an intent to use a portion, if not all of that, towards the window project. So depending on how fast the board would like to move on this and get this project done, there's a cooperative purchasing group that the county, if you'd like to register for it, you can. It's free. There's no charge to join it. And the only benefit to joining that would be to kind of streamline that selection process. And as a registered member of that co-op, the county can then point to and say, hey, state of Illinois, we see that this co-op already did their own selection process, and we see that Centrica is on a list of qualified companies that already meets the selection criteria, and we want to choose them as the most highly qualified company to then work with and intend on entering into an agreement with once they get back the design specs and bids from contractors. So it just speeds up the process by about 2 months. If you were to do your own RFQ and do that process yourself, that's kind of how long that would take. So that's, I talked through that just to share with you, that's kind of what your selection process would be. If there are procurement guidelines that you still need to meet, so these are what they would be to actually get us involved and engage and authorize us to at least take some sort of action on behalf of the county. And just getting to this point, the numbers slide, the project financials page, we put this together just as project estimates, but these aren't fixed firm costs. We just kind of based off of everything we've been able to put together so far. We put together a gross project cost, which is what we estimate to believe was what we believe to be kind of all-inclusive for the cost of the materials for the type of windows from the manufacturer. We actually approached the same manufacturer that we used for the Coles County windows and got some pricing back from them based on the blueprints and the specs that we've seen so far for what these windows are. And that's what you'll see as the material and development costs and the construction and labor costs we are estimating at this point because there are some unknowns that we don't know of. Such as we're not sure if and how much hazardous materials may be in and around the windows, and so that will be a factor in determining the costs. But our cost range down at the bottom of this slide shows that we're pretty confident up to plus or minus 25% that we believe that the total cost of everything included would be somewhere in the ballpark of $900,000 to $1.6 million. So we wanted to put that in front of the board just because as we've engaged and talked with several of you, it seems like there is a need and a want and a desire to get these windows done, and just kind of maybe a lack of direction and a lack of an action plan on how can we do this, what do we need to do. And so I hope this kind of helps kind of paint the picture for what could be done and how we may be able to help facilitate that. And so the last slide you see is kind of a projected timeline. So if I put this together just based off of if stars aligned and everything were to work out the way they could, we could see construction being started as early as late summer this year. It really just depends on how fast you all want to move. Again, this is just based on where our capabilities are. We don't have to move this fast. This is just our team is ready to mobilize if the board would like to take action on this, and if that's the case, then we could see ourselves getting construction started and having new windows put in by late fall. So, thank you again for letting me share. The other documents you see, those are, I'll send out an email with some color photos. Those are some sample photos of the windows pre-installation, post-installation, and pictures of the windows at Coles County, because the reason we put those in there is because they're very similar to what they would look like for this building here, because the manufacturer that we use, they have commercial grade windows, they have residential grade windows, and they have a third profile of windows specific to historical buildings and what codes they require for materials, and so we have that included as kind of an image, so you all can see an idea of, okay, what are these windows going to look like, and so we hope that would be a good representation. So if the board would like, I can send out an email and give you some color images so you can kind of get a better idea. But again, thank you for the time.
Thank you for sharing. Yes, thank you.
Question to me? No, question to me? You have a question for me? Because we're just a presentation, please. At this point in time. We don't have an agenda item for discussion, so I just wanted to allow the presentation, the old business, and then we will move forward. I'm sure that, yeah, I have a phone number, so we can talk about it.
Thanks for the time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, anything else in old business that could be addressed? I think Windows has been old business for too long. Let's see here. Up next is the approval of the claims. There's a motion to approve the claims. Mark makes a motion, Don takes seconds the motion. Discussion on approval of the claims.
Just that one thing where we changed the cover sheet. We have to bring that up.
Say it again.
Remember we changed the cover sheet of that one item? We didn't, the dollar amount didn't. The cover sheet had
Yes.
double of what the actual bill was.
Yes, we had one correction. Remember that time?
Yeah, there was a,
It was a my bill, wasn't it?
Right. Yes.
yeah, there was a MyTech bill submitted through the state's attorney's office, and the cover sheet, just inadvertently, the dollar amount that was due got doubled. So we just struck the amount on the cover sheet and approved paying what the actual bill is. But we did amend,
And that check hadn't been cut, so, yeah.
so it's not a big deal, but just to say, we amended that page.
I believe that was all we had. I believe everything else went.
Yeah, that was it.
In fact, I would like to say the committee really works good together. All of us. Thank you.
Gloria?
Alexis, you have a question about one bill? Was
Sorry?
that resolved?
A question about which bill?
When I did the minutes, when I looked at the minutes, there was one bill, I don't know how much.
It was.
Was that resolved? Because it was
taken care of.
Okay.
It was a few cents off.
No, it wasn't that one.
A separate-
That was all
Okay,
moot.
okay.
Questions, comments on the bills? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Amlin,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Bain,
Yeah.
Brown,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Burnhaven,
Yes.
Hardy,
Yes.
Keenan,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Marks,
Yes.
Mayhaw,
Yes.
McCormick,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Orman,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Shuff,
Yes.
Tate,
Yes.
Wallace,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Move on to public body comment. As a reminder to the public, there is 5 minutes public body comment. There is no yield of time. And I'll grab the list. say the rules right, 5-minute time limit, no yield time. Yep. So on the list, I have leading off Anna Bright. And
Okay. I just wanted to say thank you to the board on a job well done on running off yet more county employees. Because of the treatment of the employees in the courthouse, the hostile, toxic environment, the lack of professionalism by the board, especially our chairman, Bobby Gorman, I am one of those employees that you have run off. I loved my job, my boss, my coworkers, the taxpayers I assisted, the work that I did, but I am deeply saddened that I can no longer tolerate the environment created by this board. You were informed several months ago about this toxic and intimidating environment and have chosen to do nothing about it. I want you to think about something for a moment. You're sitting in your chair at work, assisting taxpayers. It's another day and you're doing your job. The next thing you know, you're being handed a subpoena to appear before a grand jury. You have no clue why. You wait for 2 weeks until it's your turn to go to the grand jury that you were summoned to testify before. You have no clue. You've done nothing wrong. You don't know why you're being summoned to the grand jury. You're on nerves. You're trying to do your job. You're trying to serve the taxpayers. You're trying to answer the phone. But yet, you come to work every day not knowing why you've been summoned to the grand jury. That's what my life and everyone in my office life was like for 2 months. We go to the grand jury. We sit in the hall like criminals, waiting for our name to be called to testify at the grand jury, still not knowing what we've done. We have no clue. We just got served a grand jury to go to the grand jury. We sat there all day, past 5 p.m. After 5 p.m., we were notified that it's continued for another month. So another month of waiting and wondering, what did we do? We don't know what we've done, but we know it's going to be another 30 days of walking on eggshells, not knowing what we've done. Did we do something wrong? We serve the taxpayers. We don't know what we've done. We just know we come in and we do our damn job, excuse my language, and we serve the taxpayers, and we do what we've been trained to do day in and day out. So another 30 days go by, but the second round, we're served immunity. So the second round, we're served immunity to testify at the grand jury. Whew, okay. So obviously we didn't do anything wrong, or we don't think we did anything wrong because we're served immunity. So this time we're going to testify again. I'm not going to go on any farther. But I want you to think about if that's your wife, or your grandmother, or your kid. For 2 months, we had to concentrate and go to work with a smile on our face and serve the taxpayers like there was nothing wrong, nothing going on in our office. We're just fine and dandy. We were nervous. We were sick to our stomach. We broke out in hives. This is not the professional nature that I was grown up in. I was grown up in a corporate world where we had policies, procedures, discipline. If somebody did something wrong, we were called into an office and we discussed it like professional adults. We had a handbook. And guess what? If you did something wrong, you were disciplined and you were wrote up. You weren't called to a grand jury and threatened or charged with a felony. You were disciplined for an offense. You've allowed this to happen in this courthouse, and it's wrong. It's plain wrong. And I won't be a part of it anymore. I will go to a respectable employer and treat it with decency. I won't tolerate this behavior. You ruined people's lives, and you continue to allow it to happen. And I'm sorry for the ones that I'm leaving behind. It's humiliating, degrading, and it's plain wrong. I'm going to close with the fact that you've also been informed with the need for an HR rep. When attempting to ask the current individual or HR rep questions, she becomes combative and defensive, no matter what the question is. She throws out claims like we are attacking her. If asking her questions is attacking her, she's obviously in the wrong role. Whether she doesn't have the answers or she doesn't know what else to say, people are going to come and ask her questions. I want to ask you one thing to think about, Erica. People who can't communicate think everything is an argument. And people who lack accountability think everything is an attack. For the ones who voted to have the time clock turned off or the picture taking turned off, thank you. It brought a little bit of dignity back to the employees. So thank you. I didn't get a chance to thank you, but thank you for the ones who voted to turn the picture taking off.
My name is Elizabeth Reagan. I'm a taxpayer and a county employee. I wanted to follow up with some of the questions I'd asked the legislative committee on March 4th regarding the timekeeping policy. I asked them, what constitutes a salary employee? It was stated if an employee was salary, they would not be required to use a time clock. So what determines this? The answer I got was the department had decided and those employees would have separate contracts. However, the ASME union contract doesn't matter to them. Management, that's what they called it, can ignore a union contract. Then why would a department head contract not be ignored? If you're going to write a county policy for employees, then it should apply to all employees. Otherwise, you are discriminating against certain employees in certain offices, and that is wrong. Could this be the reason you set back ARPA funds for grievances? That indicates to me that you are aware that things you're doing are wrong. At the committee meeting, I brought up the fact that an employee received a paycheck for while not actually coming to work. The committee members did not want to discuss it. Martha stated it was a private matter and that she understood the situation and it wasn't a problem. Over $18,000 was paid out. We, the taxpayers, fund that salary. And if you're not familiar with that situation, then you may also not know that while collecting the paycheck from here, that employee was working somewhere else, also getting paid. While it may not be a problem for you, it's a problem for me because I show up to work every day and I get treated like a criminal. As an employee here, I have been threatened with criminal felony charges for stealing Wi-Fi and county time. My phone automatically connected to the Wi-Fi one morning, and on my break, I made a post on Facebook about how to sign a witness slip to save our county farm. The same day, our newly appointed state's attorney was over at the Capitol testifying to get rid of it. Just so we're clear, I now make sure I turn my Wi-Fi off as soon as I pull in the parking lot. I also have 2 15-minute breaks during my work hours, and there's no designated time I have to take them. I did nothing wrong, even though there was an article written about me and my former co-worker about stealing county time by the Edgar County Watchdogs. My former co-worker, who was a dedicated employee for 16 years, was also threatened. She was told that she was going to be charged with a felony for stealing county time when she went to a bargaining meeting as the union president during working hours. She's allowed to do that by contract and by statute, which she was kind enough to bring with her to show them since they didn't seem to know. There was no wrongdoing no matter how much the Edgar County Watchdogs tried to spin their stories. We lost one of the best employees this county has ever seen, and it's a void that will never be filled. I wish I could say the threats and intimidation ended there, but it didn't. And I could go on with things that have happened to her and to others, but I only have so much time. So if we're committing felonies for stealing county time, then collecting $18,000 for not actually working would be stealing too, right? Transparency, financial responsibility, and integrity is non-existent with the majority of this board. We have no leadership, and a board chairman that either has no idea or pretends not to know what's happening. He alone took the deputy pay away abruptly. The outcome could have been different if he wanted it to be. Now we've lost good deputies, and I'm sure there'll be more before it's all said and done over this whole situation. Meanwhile, all the new hires are being offered $25 and $33 an hour to start. Did you know their deputies only start out at 22? Those are the people that protect our families and our place to live, and they deserve to be treated better by you. Every time the board members change, I always hold out hope for improvement. I think maybe this group will be better and have the best intentions for our county. I think maybe this is the group that will treat employees with respect and see how hard we all work. In the 8 years I've been here, it hasn't happened yet, and I really hope that that changes soon. Thank you.
Public body comment.
My name is Melissa Nichols, and I just want to kind of say a couple things, both about lots of talk of how your county employees are treated, as well as a comment earlier just about volunteers in the community. So, first meeting I've ever attended, will never probably come back, just being honest. I was here to support her only, but I really hope you guys are listening and realize that this is embarrassing to live in this county. I just moved back here. We lived in Moultrie County. We're really close to the line, and I so wish we would have bought on that side of the lake, because you talk to people in Sullivan and they say, "Oh God, I'm sorry," or they tell her, "I'm sorry you work for the courthouse." It's embarrassing. This is what these people are dealing with, and you guys are acting blind to all of it. And it's sad. She has more experience in her work life than I guarantee your treasurer, anybody sitting in this room with HR, with all kinds of corporate experience, super intelligent, loved her job, lost her husband a few years ago, has went through a lot of devastating things, found her happy place, and got ran out because the state's attorney, because of your lack of professionalism in your elective roles, because of you guys and your lack of leadership. There is zero leadership in this board. It is humiliating. We were talking about volunteers. I am a healthcare provider. I reached out to Finley because I have my summers off and I want to grow my skills. I want to work on the ambulance. I have no trust or faith in this board. Hell no, I'm not going to go volunteer. There's a lot of people I know that said the same thing. I'm not volunteering right now. You guys have lost the trust of your entire community, the entire county. So who do you think wants to come and volunteer? I reached out to Finley, found out who my person representing Finley was, watched him in some meetings, watched his behavior and how he acts. Absolutely not. No, thank you. If he exits this board, yeah, I might reach back out again and want to be a part of that. If we get people in here that have leadership and I don't feel like my job's going to be on the line, or the rug's going to be pulled out from under me, or something's going to be turned against me, I will definitely volunteer. But there is no trust and no leadership in this room. And it's sad. It is very, very sad to live in this county right now. So I hope you guys do better. You couldn't pay me all the money in the world to come work in this building. Wouldn't happen. But this is on you guys. You need to do better. Be leaders. We have to count on you guys, and we have no one. I shouldn't say that. We have 3 amazing people on the board. 3. And I think you said there's 22 people. 3 that I know of that are phenomenal, and they speak up for the truth and the right thing. And the rest of you sit back and do nothing. And you act blind, and you act like you don't know anything that's going on. Do better.
Public body comment.
Okay, I was born and raised on a farm, and I would like to see the county farm. It's March. People are thinking about getting in the field, turning the ground, and I think that's something that should be done. With great consideration, I think you should take that to the bank, We need money back in the county. Let's farm the farm and get it. That's all I got to say.
Public body comment.
My point exactly. Professionalism.
So, I have a handout for those of you who'd like one.
That's the problem.
If you don't, take it home, throw it away, I don't really care. In a recent letter to the editor that appeared in the Shelbyville Eagle, a board member's wife chastised the public for treating the board members disrespectfully. If asking for truthful answers to questions set forth to the board is being disrespectful, then we admit guilt. However, I would just like to refresh taxpayers' memories of a few of the comments we've received from board members. Mark Bennett called Carol Cole a liar when she relayed some local oral history regarding bodies buried in fence rows at our county poor farm. He called the taxpayers of this county greedy for wanting to plant and harvest our farm and put the revenue created by that in our county general fund. Mr. Bennett has been pushing to sell the farm for several years now, doing everything he can to keep it from being productive. Meanwhile, Mr. Bennett farms his land. He doesn't allow it to lie fallow and grow up in noxious weeds. He even received close to $1 million in federal subsidies for his farm. I don't know about you all, but that sounds like hypocrisy to me. Julie Edwards, a registered nurse and healthcare expert, voted to end our county ambulance service. She knows full well that in emergency situations, time is of the essence, yet she is okay with the fact that when we call 911 outside of the city limits, it will take hours for an ambulance to arrive. It may take hours for an ambulance to arrive. Her words, "You'll get one eventually." She also offered to attend a class to learn how to euthanize animals, stating, "I'll practice on some people."
That is not what I said. That is not what I said. But continue, I apologize.
Recently, Tim Brown attempted to discredit Austin Pritchard during a board meeting in February, stating that an email from Mr. Pritchard was disrespectful. In his words, Austin was trying to smear the county board. Tad Mayhall, having also read the email, called Mr. Brown out on that statement. People who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, Mr. Brown. Martha Fernhaber wrote a post calling Austin Pritchard greedy for following the dive team standard operating procedures. That was a complete lie, and to my knowledge, there was never an apology issued from her to Mr. Pritchard. Ms. Fernhaber became angry when Tricia Miller, a Windsor citizen, sent a FOIA request to Ms. Fernhaber for meeting minutes. Ms. Fernhaber was heard to whisper to board member Annette Martin, "Who's Tricia Miller?" And when Ms. Martin responded and told Martha who she was, Martha's response was, "I don't know who the hell she thinks she is, but I'm about ready to knock her into the middle of next week." Again, no apology has been issued. These remarks go unchecked by the board chairman, along with Ms. Fernhaber's propensity for head bobbing and eye rolling when constituents are speaking. At the February board meeting, she was heard to use Jesus Christ as a profanity, yet she teaches Sunday school. Don Tate called Jake Cole a crazy old man during a meeting last year because Jake was asking questions. I provided you all with copies of text messages that occurred between Mitchell Schuff and Tricia Miller on December 28, 2023, after the November 27, 2023 Budget Committee meeting, where a taxpayer requested Clay Hardy to remove his hat. Apparently, Mr. Schuff found that request uncalled for. In several remarks regarding the taxpayer who made the request, he refers to this constituent as evil because he believes the constituent is pro-choice and supports the LGBTQ+ community. He repeatedly references the Bible and insists that it supports his bigoted beliefs, gaslighting Mrs. Miller for her refusal to agree with him. Mrs. Miller's response to him was, "Love thy neighbor as thyself." I have a few questions for Mr. Schuff. Are you aware that your version of Christianity is not everyone's? Are you not aware that there are several voters in this county that do not agree with your narrow-minded interpretation of Christianity? And lastly, there is separation of church and state in this country. If you're not able to include all of the taxpayers of this county in your decision-making, perhaps you shouldn't be sitting on the county board. In closing, I would like to say that respect is not an entitlement, it is earned. And if you wish to be treated with respect, show so. Thank you.
I think you already knew who I am. I'm Jake Cole. I would like to know if anyone in this room, including Kirk and John think that someone should be threatening Teresa Bain for up to 5 years in prison for being on the cemetery board, because that is what is happening. That's coming up again. Also, they threatened to put her son in jail, the way I understand it, yesterday. They didn't, Hanlon did. These guys can't stop anyone from farming. There's no one ever in Illinois stopped the county from farming if the board wanted to vote to farm. He's telling you this. He can tell you this if he wants to, but he can't tell you how he's going to do it, because he can't, because that's not against the law. All he does is create commotion and trouble since they've been here. They made all kinds, and their friends have made all kinds of accusations against all kinds of people. There's no one guilty of anything. You've never proven anyone guilty of anything. All you do is cause trouble. What a miserable life that would be in order to get funds that you have to treat people like dogs, because that's what you do. There's no reason there's no reason we can't farm. My wife wants to be able to farm. She's scared to be on the farm committee, the chairman of it, because she knows if she does some little tiny thing wrong, she's going to be attacked. I mean, this is just all complete craziness. I mean, we're trying to put someone in prison? Are you kidding me, for being on the cemetery board, and you're serious about it? If anyone thinks she belongs in prison, hold your hand up. Let's see how brazen you really are. Anybody back there, anybody want to hold their hand up? You want to hold your hand up, Kirk? Do you think she belongs in prison? You brought this guy here to us. He was your previous attorney. You can laugh if you want to. I can prove he was your previous attorney.
You can't prove that we brought him here because we didn't.
Oh, no, you were Hal Brooker. Nobody asked him to come. Where'd he come from? Did he come on his own? Did he volunteer? Is he a friend of yours or not?
You're a friend, Jack.
You know, Kirk, I don't mind you. I just don't see.
They aren't worth your time.
I just don't see.
They're not worth it. Don't give them the time of day.
What's that?
They're not worth it. Don't give them your time.
Okay.
They ain't worth it.
If he says that he's your friend, you don't need any enemies.
So Sonny didn't care if we had a dive team. The guy sitting behind you, John Kraft, said if they want to quit, and let them quit. I sat right here and watched us. You didn't say a word. I just want you to know, I don't feel very well tonight, and I'm getting old. I just want you two to know what I think of you and a lot of people on this board before I friggin' croak.
Yes, I was really hesitant about those text messages, but I tried to contact you, Mr. Orman, a few days after it happened, and I left you a phone message to call me.
Yeah.
I also sent you.
I asked you to send me who it was, so I could address the problem.
You're not letting me finish my comment, and then address me.
It's her time to speak.
I'm not deducting.
Mr. Orman,
It's the same situation.
Mr. Orman, you asked me to send every single text message to you, and I said I would happily wait after a board meeting, and I have it all in text here to prove that, for you to view my phone. There were so many messages, as you could see by the several things. I could not have gotten, I don't know how to do forward all like 30 messages to you at one time. So I asked you to take a look at them because I wanted you to deal with that situation. I told you they made me physically sick. And I have never in my life experienced anything quite like that. And I was at my parents' house when some of them were coming in. And I was pale, and my mom's like, "What's wrong with you?" And I wasn't going to say a word. And she said, "There's something wrong." And I said, "These text messages coming to me are awful, awful." And they started at 12:30, and we kept going all the way to 8. I kept saying, "Love thy neighbor as thyself. Let he who is without sin cast the first stone." It was constant. And it was wrong. It was wrong. Is he entitled to have his view? Yes, he is. But to say that me sitting down by some of the nicest people I ever met and calling those people evil because they don't think like he did, that's scary to me. Scary. that he views, because to me, sin is sin. All sin is sin. But yet those two sins were just the worst. If you read your Bible, it tells you what the worst sins are, and those aren't on the list. It's denying Jesus as the Father. That's the unforgivable sin. I listen to the employees get up and speak about what they're going through. I just had to deal with that for a few hours. I had to listen to the comments. All my friends listened to the comments that were directed at me about knocking me into the middle of next week. No apology. No nothing. That was for a FOIA request. I believe our public advocacy group protects usually the FOIA. I remember a comment to me on a page saying, "No one's trying to silence you." That's not true. That's not true. Because we don't agree on things. Like I said, I may like some of you. If we had sat down and got to know each other, I might like you just fine. You do not have to agree on everything in life, but you've got to learn to respectfully learn to agree to disagree on some things. And until our society relearns that, we're in big trouble. Big trouble. And that needs to be fixed. We need to work on that. Because politically, we may think a lot alike, but how you treat people, I don't think anything like you at all. Because you can walk and chew gum, you can follow the law and treat people with respect. You can do both. And listening to employee after employee after employee after volunteer say how they have been treated, it's sad. It's sad. We've lost some good people. And I don't see an ounce of compassion on a lot of your faces because feelings don't matter. Yes, they do. We're human beings, and if we forget that, the world is lost. Thank you.
Mr. Ross, have you been able to recall any better answers to the questions I asked you Monday evening? About when you discovered you had made mistakes about the dive team? You said, I don't recall. Is that still your answer?
Yes.
Okay. And you haven't, when did you have your conversation with Mr. Pritchard where you apologized to him? Had you told him you made the mistakes? And that's what you were apologizing for? I'm waiting.
I don't recall the actual date, but yes, I did have an extensive conversation with him.
How soon was it after you made mistakes?
That's what I said. I don't recall the date of that meeting.
Yeah.
I mean, I could figure it out if you want me to spend some time doing that.
I would like for you to do that.
I'll absolutely figure that out for you.
Fine, I'll be here at the next board meeting, probably at the next safety meeting. And the other thing I'd like, just an FYI, when people quit, they're basically firing their manager. That's all.
Nobody comment?
I was wondering, we skipped number 12, discussion and vote to accept bid from UTZ and Associates for courthouse window project.
Yes, that's correct.
And why was that skipped? I missed that.
Because there is ambiguity in contracts, ambiguity in details of information that we received back in the last couple of days, and it was not sufficient to take action on.
Right, because I spoke to Mr. Hutz today, and he told me that
They do not have a plan or drawings developed. They're like 3 weeks at least out from anything like that. So I was wondering, how did discussion and vote to accept a bid from them when there wasn't a bid?
So, you can have it on the agenda and take action. But you cannot take action on something on the agenda, correct?
But did they have the bid when they put this on the agenda? Why, he says it's not written, they're very far from that at all.
So, in agenda building processes, you will put things on the agenda. You may have the information when you put on the agenda, but you anticipate having it on the agenda. This didn't happen. Are we good?
Are we done?
Vote by comment?
Are we done?
Vote by comment?
So, Alex Shanks, I just wanted to say thank you to Carol Cole, Teresa Bain, Tad Mayhall, and I don't think he's here tonight, Mr. Morris. Anytime I've ever had a question or a concern, I've reached out to them. I did not get a politicized answer. I did not get a two-way street I got very straight answers. Concern with me. I'll check into that for you, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that out of a public representative, and I think that's something we can all aspire to. I just wanted to publicly recognize them because I know some others have had some stuff said about them tonight, and they're part of this board, and I think sometimes they get lumped in with the rest of them, but I appreciate the efforts and the work that you guys do. I just think it needs some recognition.
Other comment?
I have one.
Go ahead, Teresa.
I've sat here and listened to these people, and I've talked to this board about compassion and the way they treat their employees, and I swear to God, I don't think anybody listens to me. Jeremy sat there and smiled and smirked while some of these comments were being made again tonight. I don't know when you're going to learn, kid, that these people are serious. They feel like they're being mistreated, and not respected by this board, for the most part. You heard a lady talk about her boss and how she loved her job, but she's leaving because of the things that are going on in this building. I told you guys at the legislative meeting the other night, this board could fix some of the problems, but you stick your head in the sand and you choose to ignore it. That's fine. That's fine. Jake talked about me going to court, being charged with felonies. Maybe this guy and this lady here don't think that I deserve that, but evidently the rest of you do, because nobody else has spoken up and told me that they don't think that I should have that happen to me. That's okay. I can handle it. Mark, you're smiling now. You think it's funny? Because if you had this happen
No,
to you,
he's not, for the record, he's not. I don't know what you saw, but I did not see it. I'm looking directly at it.
I'm telling all of you, if you've been through what I've been through and my family's been through, none of you would think it's funny. I resigned that cemetery board when I got told that it wasn't right. I got advice from an attorney that said that they didn't think that that was probably right, but probably the easiest thing to do would be to resign. I did resign. I've been to civil court twice. The judge threw it out. So he has to take me to the grand jury, and I don't know what he said to him because I couldn't be in there. But they handed down an indictment against me, and I'm coming back to court again in May. If this isn't pathetic, people, I'm telling you.
What we're wasting our tax dollars on.
Well, there's that part of it too. But I think next Tuesday is going to be a telling sign for a lot of people, is what I think. And I think it's really, really sad. Because maybe this board, if we would listen to each other and not ignore each other and treat each other with a little bit of respect. That's all I've got.
Amen.
respect to everybody on finance committee. And I think we'll be together well. But what I just heard you say a minute ago, you called Jeremy a kid, and that wasn't respectful. Okay?
But he doesn't.
But it doesn't matter. How we return, how we say it to other people matters. So I wish you hadn't done that, okay? I think he wants to be referred to as an adult like you and I are. I don't.
That's what you took away from him.
One person at a time. We've done really good in this entire meeting. We don't need to start dipping back and forth.
Mark, I'm sorry.
Had a gavel numerous
I'm sorry.
times before.
But
I'm not angry.
you're not angry. What I've been through in the last 6 months, you're not angry.
Yes, I'm just talking about what I was giving you respect earlier with the others in the finance committee. We talked back and forth a lot, didn't we?
That group works really well
Yes.
and stuff. But I'm just telling you that what me and my family have been through
I
is
understand.
a bunch of crap.
Okay.
Yes, and I think, well, okay, just two more seconds.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of stuff going around everywhere that people need to quit saying nasty things about everybody. On all sides, especially in public.
They don't get it, Teresa, that's all right.
So,
It's all right.
I would like to wrap up public body comment if I could,
You should take care of
and
it.
address a few questions. Dee, would you like public body comment time? I'll be more than happy to start the timer. Anyway, no, Jake, you've already spoken. So, to address some of the questions and concerns that have been brought up tonight by Jake, by Anna, by Tricia. Tricia, I never did get the correspondence. She never would send me who the correspondence was with, so I could never address it. Sorry. And it wasn't until this evening, I think that's what was passed out, was the correspondence of whatever she was referring to. But I still don't know because she's gone. To the farm that's been argued back and forth, that we now have a law that we can farm in. It still doesn't change the Constitution. It's going to be an ever-going debate. So
You can't keep us from farming.
the Constitution does.
You cannot
It
do
does.
it.
So we've gone around this tree numerous times, and what's really irritating is we get blamed for things that department heads do. So we're in control of the State's Attorney's Office? No. We're not in control of the State's Attorney's Office. The State's Attorney's Office has free lateral movement to do whatever he feels.
You voted to put him here.
Exactly, yeah.
How do I?
Give me that shit.
No, sir. No, sir.
No. No.
You kept him here.
You put him here. All of you, but about 4 put him here. And now she's messing with now he's messing with my mom.
You could have got rid of him.
Don't give me that bullshit.
You could have got rid of him any time.
I'm serious. Don't give me that bullshit. You ain't got no control over that. My ass.
Best thing that ever happened if we get rid of you and Sonny and these two idiots in this wall.
Come on, guys, come on, we're better than this. We're better than this.
We don't control the State's Attorney, we don't control the clerk, we don't control the supervising assessor. So, to get blamed for that is really unnecessary. Well, whether we support you or not, we have to be educated in the case, we have to be educated in the case out of which I'm not. So, to express an opinion would be foul. So, anyway, I had to touch on some of those things.
You don't see his opinion or his support.
I know.
You want to tell us?
So, there's a lot of misinformation that is even spread this evening that shouldn't be done, it should be addressed. And that's just a basic tip of the iceberg thing, so anyway.
No misinformation that was delivered from your employees that you don't care about at all, that your other people sit and laugh and
So I will go back and reference, what did we do to the employee that caused the hardship?
What do you do to support them? Tell me that. What do you do?
That is their department head's job.
That, really? No, she's being harassed as well. So how do they go to their department head if she's also a part of the harassment and you don't have an HR person? Because your HR person tells employees, I'm not the HR person, I just write the checks. So who's your HR person? Who can we go to? Who can they go to talk to people and make complaints?
Ma'am,
Really, I want to know.
we have a
this. I will call
separation
you
here,
tomorrow.
and we've been put together, and it's not right.
Can you please tell me who the HR person is? I will make a phone call tomorrow gladly. You tell me who it is, because we don't know. The person my mother thought it was said she only writes the check checks, and she is not the HR person and wouldn't hear her. So who is it? You
Well,
guys
I'm not
don't
gonna
know.
answer for you.
So again, you're sending.
Oh, Erica, remember I asked you to take care of a dog issue? What did you tell me?
You're not the HR person.
You said I write checks.
No, I said the sheriff's in charge of the courthouse. I'm not in charge of the courthouse. I'm not in charge of the state's attorney's office. I write the checks. I'm HR. I take care of your insurance
You never said
and
that.
other things. The sheriff is in charge of the courthouse, not me.
So what are you doing to protect your employees as an HR rep? Are you letting them come to you and being a good listener and helping support them? What are you doing as the HR rep? What background and education do
So
you
I
have?
think we really need to put a definition to HR in this building versus HR for what you're used to.
Oh, I thought HR.
HR, what you're used to would be company policy as well as payroll, et cetera, which those corporate situations may be completely conglomerate in HR, or they could be completely separated in HR, where HR has specific people who handle policy of company, policy of payroll, policy of this, that, and the other. However, when you have office policy, that is in the office. Our HR is insurance and payroll. And what else? Insurance, payroll, and
Right,
benefits.
so that's legality. Like, who handles harassment? Who's your chain of command? You have to have that. That is legality in any business situation. You have to have it. You should all be doing training on that every single year. Harassment policies as employees of the state of Illinois. I do know this. I was in management, I'm in healthcare, I know some of the laws too. So who is your chain of command and who do you report to for harassment?
Well, if you're, as long as your direct supervisor, which would be this SOA, as long as that person is not a direct implication of the problem, then she is her direct chain of command.
Okay, so who's the next? Because you have to have the next chain of command, because she doesn't run this. So who is the next chain of command after her head person in the department?
That'd be
Who should
you.
she go to? Wouldn't that be you? Because they're coming to you for help and support, and you're kind of throwing your hands up like the treasurer. Not my job. We don't do that. We don't have any control over these people. So who is it then? Because when I said lack of leadership, this is what I'm talking about. Where are the leaders? Who's the leader? Who's the go-to people?
The elected official is in the office.
No.
They are the leader of the office.
And who is? Okay, so who is that?
Debbie Galloway, right?
Okay, so who's over Debbie?
Right, because you have to have a chain of command.
That is an incorrect statement. No one's talking to you.
The elected official.
You don't matter. Nobody cares what you
Is
do.
this public comment again? Can we all talk?
Nor were you elected.
If everybody can talk, we'll just start talking.
Shut
No,
up.
and actually, we're done with public comment, everybody spoke, we got into dialogue, but there is far more.
Take your hat off.
Totally wrong.
Take it from Clark.
Hey, Hannah.
I'm sorry.
Didn't you and I talk about the dog situation?
You know what? The dog situation has been resolved.
Right, but
Yes, what about it?
but I thought we talked, and I just had the animal control, Brad, he talked to me about a situation that I didn't think was right, and I haven't had very many people reach out to me. I know a little bit about your case, but not much. I don't watch everything that goes on with criminal cases. I mean, everybody, I ask a board member, well, what about...
That'd be me, felony, she said.
But I see Donald Trump gets persecuted all the time.
This ain't about Donald Trump, this is about our local politics here.
But anyway, I was listening to you.
Yours stirred up something.
Clay, let it go.
So what?
Just let it go.
I'm sorry, so what's your question?
I was there when you called me that time, and I tried to help out.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
More from you. I didn't know about it.
Motion to adjourn.
Subpoena to the grand jury?
Public comment is over, we're going to take a motion to adjourn. You guys can finish your discussion. Motion to adjourn.